David Galenson. White Servitude in Colonial America. An Economic Analysis. To my parents. White Servitude in Colonial America is based on the author's dissertation, The Indenture System and the Colonial Labor Market, An Economic History of White Servitude in British America, which was awarded the David A. Wells Prize for the year 1979-80 by the Department of Economics of Harvard University. Contents. Part I. Introduction. 1. Significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. 3. White servitude, English origins and colonial adaptations. 5. Development and forms of colonial indentured servitude. 10. Principal sources of evidence and plan of the study. 15. Part 2. Characteristics of the servant population. 2. The age and sex distributions of the indentured servants. 23. Composition by sex. 23. Age distributions. Levels and trends. 26. 3. The occupations of the indentured servants in the 17th century. 34. The Bristol registrations of 1654 to 1686. 34. The Middlesex registrations of 1683 to 1684. 39. 4. Occupations of the 18th century indentured servants. 31. The London registrations of 1718 to 1759. 51. The London registrations of 1773 to 1775. 56. Long-run trends in the occupational composition of the indentured servants. 59. 5. Literacy and the occupations of the indentured servants. 65. Literacy of the female servants. 66. Literacy of the male servants by occupation. 67. Literacy of the men registered without occupation. 75. Part 3. Migration and the transatlantic market for indentured servants. 6. Patterns of servant migration from England to America. 81. Colonial destinations of the servants. 82. Differences in characteristics of the servant population by colonial destination. 91. 7. The market for indentured servants. 97. Indentured servitude and the market evaluation of human capital. 97. Analysis of the length of indenture. Empirical results. 102. Part 4. White servitude in the colonial labor market. 8. The role of the indenture system in the colonial labor market. 117. The problem. 117. Quantitative aspects of the composition of colonial labor forces. 118. The evolution of colonial labor forces. 126. The organization of plantation labor forces. 128. The demand for skilled servants. 134. 9. The indenture system and the colonial labor market. An overview. 141. The supply of labor to British America. 141. The composition of unskilled colonial labor forces. 149. The indenture system and the colonial market for skilled labor. 157. The evolution of colonial labor forces, interregional comparisons. 160. Part V. Indentured servitude in American history. 10. Indentured labor in the Americas. The experience of 3 centuries. 171. Servitude in colonial British America. 171. Servitude in the Americas in the 19th century. 180. A. Preface. White servitude was one of the major institutions in the economy and society of colonial British America. Indentured English men and women constituted the principal labor supply for many of the early British settlements in the New World, and their successors continued to make up an important part of white immigration to the British colonies in America throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. Yet those bound immigrants who arrived in the West Indies or the Chesapeake in the first half of the 17th century performed a very different role in the colonial labor market than did the indentured servants who came to British America in the middle of the 18th century. This book provides a description of the evolution of the economic function of white servitude in colonial America based on an examination of detailed evidence about the population of bound immigrants, and analyzes the sources of this process through the use of an explanatory framework designed to provide an understanding of the determinants of the major changes that occurred over time in the composition of colonial labor forces. In this way, this book is intended to produce both a thorough portrayal and an explanation of the causes underlying a dramatic episode of early American history in which hundreds of thousands of European men and women of the 17th and 18th centuries voluntarily sold themselves into bondage for a period of years in order to become part of the earliest stream of immigrants from the Old World to the New. Slavery played no part in the plans of the early colonizers of British America. The use of bound white laborers preceded the use of black slaves in every British American colony, and it was only after an initial reliance on indentured servants for the bulk of their labor needs that the planters of the West Indies and the southern mainland colonies turned to slaves. Knowledge of why colonial planters substituted slaves for servants is critical to an understanding of the causes of the growth of black slavery in North America. This knowledge can be gained only through the comparative study of both of these systems of labor. As a result of its direct importance for the history of the 19th century and its indirect importance for the history of the 20th, slavery has long been one of 9. Preface. The central concerns of American historians. Indentured servitude has received considerably less attention, and its history remains more obscure. This book is therefore also intended to contribute to our knowledge of the causes of the growth of slavery in colonial America by illuminating the closely related and relatively neglected decline of white servitude. This study is a revised version of my dissertation, The Indenture System and the Colonial Labor Market: An Economic History of White Servitude in British America, submitted to the Economics Department of Harvard University in 1979. I have accumulated many debts to people and institutions both during the preparation of the dissertation and during the subsequent period of revision. The computations in the study were supported by grants from Harvard University, the National Science Foundation, the National Bureau of Economic Research, and the University of Chicago. An Arthur H. Cole grant from the Economic History Association assisted in the collection of data. A John E. Rovinsky Fellowship from the Lincoln Educational Foundation helped to support my research in England, as did a Jens Aubrey Westengard Scholarship from Harvard. I am grateful to all these institutions for their support. None should be associated with any of the views expressed in this study. In all the places I worked, I benefited from access to excellent research facilities. I am grateful to the staffs of the Bristol Record Office, the British Museum, the City of Liverpool Libraries, the Corporation of London Records Office, London Guildhall, the Greater London Records Office, Middlesex Section, the Institute of Historical Research, London, the National Register of Archives, London, the Public Record Office, London, the Scottish Record Office, Edinburgh, the Somerset Record Office, Taunton, the Maryland Hall of Records, Annapolis, the Virginia State Historical Society, Richmond, and to those of the libraries of the California Institute of Technology, the Cambridge Group for the History of Population and Social Structure, the University of Chicago, Harvard University, and the University of London, for their assistance. Seminars at a number of universities gave me the opportunity to present preliminary versions of parts of the study for criticism and discussion. Sections of the study were also presented at the 1976 Cliometrics Conference at Madison, Wisconsin, the 7th International Economic History Congress at Edinburgh in 1978, the 1979 annual meetings of the Organization of American Historians at New Orleans, the 1980 Cliometrics Conference at Chicago, the 1980 annual meetings of the Economic History Association at Boston, and the 1980 annual meetings of the Social Science History Association at Rochester. Preliminary versions of parts of this study have appeared in Annales de X. Preface. Demographie historique, Explorations in Economic History, the Historical Journal, the Journal of Economic History, the Journal of Political Economy, the Journal of Southern History, and the William and Mary Quarterly. 1. I am grateful to each of these journals for permission to reproduce some of the material from those articles here. Photographs of Crown copyright records in the Greater London Records Office appear by permission of the Controller of H.M. Stationery Office. Photographs of documents in the Corporation of London Records Office are reproduced by permission of that office. I have accumulated too many debts to individuals over the course of the 5 years spent in preparing this study to acknowledge fully here. I have recorded some of these elsewhere. Of too many others I can only say that I hope those people who helped me by suggesting sources and references, by guiding me through the intricacies of libraries and archives, by writing or correcting my computer programs, or by reading, discussing, and commenting on drafts of papers or chapters are aware of my appreciation. Yet some of my debts dominate. Robert Fogel, as the chairman of my dissertation committee, gave constructive advice and critical comments that always focused directly on the central issues of my study. His questions always led me to probe more deeply into both evidence and interpretations. Stanley N. German, the second member of my thesis committee, first suggested the subject to me, and remained closely involved with every subsequent stage of my investigation. His contributions to the study and to my education have been great, and are not easily measured or acknowledged. His many comments on my work and discussions of issues involved with it were invariably a source both of encouragement and of intellectual challenge. Richard Freeman, the third member of my thesis committee, generously provided assistance and enthusiasm for the work of a student outside his own principal field of interest. Three of my former teachers of economic history, Paul David, Peter McClelland, and Peter Temin, continued to take an interest in my research, and each made significant contributions to this later work. Russell Menard brought my attention to a number of important issues and sharpened my perceptions of colonial history. Lance Davis's incisive comments on my dissertation and subsequent discussions provided me with detailed criticisms that resulted in considerable improvements in the manuscript. A number of my colleagues in the economics department at the University of Chicago, including Andrew Abel, Gary Becker, Donald McCloskey, Frederick Mishkin, Melvin Redder, Sherwin Rosen, Theodore Schultz, and George Stigler, read my work and gave me the benefit of their high standards of criticism. Among those elsewhere, Lois Carr, K.G. Davies, Richard Dunn, Morgan Koser, Peter Laslett, John McCusker, Jacob Price, Roger Schofield, Richard Sheridan, and Lorena Walsh were particularly helpful in commenting on preliminary versions of part or all of the manuscript and in providing advice on sources. Noel Currabriggs generously provided me with a copy of his manuscript of transcriptions of the Bristol servant registrations of 1654-86. Mary Carnell, Myrtle Tuzar, and Mary Allen typed a succession of drafts of the manuscript cheerfully and efficiently. My sister, Alice Galenson, has encouraged me in my work for as long as I can remember. Her encouragement has always been given when I needed it most, and it has always helped. My parents, Marjorie and Walter Galenson, have always set high intellectual and personal standards for me, and have always had faith in my ability to achieve them. I have seen this study as an affirmation of the interests and values we share, and it is dedicated to them. DWG 12. Part I. 1. The significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. Throughout the American colonial period, many Europeans were enabled to emigrate to the New World by entering contracts of servitude called indentures. These constituted promises on the part of the emigrant to work for a designated master or his assigns during a fixed period of time in return for passage to a specified colony, maintenance there during the time of the contract, and specified freedom dues at the conclusion of the term. The contract could be sold by the master at any time during its term. The indenture did not make the servant a slave, for it was the servant's labor, rather than his person, that was temporarily owned by the master. At the end of the time stated in the contract, the servant became free. Yet indentured servitude did involve a stricter obligation than most forms of labor contract because the system provided for the enforcement of the agreement by requirement of specific performance of the work described in the contract. The indenture system initiated the use of bound labor in British America. The basic elements of the system were in use by the Virginia Company by 1620 and may have been worked out earlier, so that indentured servitude was in existence almost within a decade of the first settlement at Jamestown. Wherever slavery ultimately developed, indentured servitude had earlier been in use. To British colonial planters in the early 17th century, the indenture system offered the most accessible supply of bound labor. In those colonies in which abundant land and the availability of a profitable staple crop made the demand for labor grow rapidly, there was a high demand for servants. As a result, for many regions it became true that, as John Pori reported from Virginia in 1619, our principal wealth consisteth in servants too quantitatively. Indentured servants played a major role in early British migration to the New World. Although their total numbers are not subject to precise estimation, an indication of their significance is given by Abbot Emerson Smith's judgment that between half and two-thirds of all white immigrants to the American colonies after the 1630s came under indenture, or Wesley Frank Craven's estimate that 75% or more of Virginia's settlers in the 17th century were servants. 3. The quantitative importance of the indenture system was greater than that of slavery in both the early settlement of British America and the development of its economy. The Chesapeake colonies of Maryland and Virginia prospered through the use of white servants in the 17th century, and when black slaves came in significant numbers, as U.B. Phillips noted, they were latecomers fitted into a system already developed. 4. It is in this sense that Eric Williams wrote in his History of Slavery in British America that white servitude was the historic base upon which Negro slavery was constructed. 5. Estimates based on probate inventories suggest that as late as the second half of the 1670s servants made up 80% of all Maryland's bound labor and thus outnumbered slaves in the colony by a ratio of 4-1. 6. Yet although the indenture system was established and developed on a large scale before the arrival of slavery, the importance of white servitude in British America declined over time, whereas once established, in many areas the importance of slavery grew. Although these processes have not been precisely dated for many regions, the general outlines are clear. Few white servants emigrated to the West Indies after the middle of the 18th century. In the last 25 years of the 17th century, servants fell from 4/5 of Maryland's bound labor to only a quarter, and their share continued to fall thereafter. 7. Although white servitude survived the colonial period, and apparent isolated cases of indenture in the United States can be found as late as the fourth decade of the 19th century, it appears that by the time of the American Revolution the indenture system had ceased to be quantitatively important in any part of British America. 8. Unanswered questions remain concerning almost every phase of the indenture system's history, and most aspects of its operation. This study attempts to provide full responses to some of these, and partial answers to others, both through the adduction of new evidence and a re-examination of existing work. One portion of the analysis is aimed at establishing the characteristics of a large group of indentured servants. Among the variables considered are their age, sex, occupational structure, and literacy. A second section analyzes the functioning of the transatlantic market for servants. The results of these investigations are examined for trends to derive some indications of how the role of the indenture system in the colonial labor market changed over time, and why it ultimately disappeared. A third section places this evidence within a theoretical framework to suggest a possible explanation of the causal forces behind the introduction, evolution, and disappearance of the indenture system. 4. Significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. White servitude, English origins and colonial adaptations. In 1583 Sir George Peckham wrote a pamphlet entitled T. True Report, of the late discoveries, and possessions, taken in the right of the Crown of English and, of the Newfoundlandis, by that valiant and worthy gentleman, Sir Humphrey Gilbert Knight. 9. Because the pamphlet was intended to obtain subscriptions for a colonizing expedition to Newfoundland, it stressed the importance and feasibility of founding British colonies in North America. In the concluding section, designed to show that the planting there is not a matter of such charge or difficulty, as many would make it seem to be, Peckham wrote, I say and affirm that God hath provided such means for the furtherance of this enterprise, as doth stand vs instead of great treasure, for first by reason that it hath pleased God of his great goodness, of long time to hold his merciful hand over this realm, in preserving the people of the same, both from slaughter by the sword, and great death by plague, pestilence, or otherwise. There is at this day great numbers which live in such penury and want, as they could be contented to hazard their lives, and to serve 1 year for meat, drinky, and apparel, only without wages, in hope thereby to amend their estates, which is a matter in such like jumice, of no small charge to the prince. 10. This passage may have been the first statement of the principle on which the colonial indenture system was later founded and operated, namely, the voluntary exchange by an English man or woman of labor servitude to a designated master during a fixed period of time for passage to the New World and maintenance there during the term of the contract. But any actual connection between this statement and the initiation of indentured servitude in the 17th century American colonies remains unclear. Although many elements necessary for an explanation of the origins of the indenture system have long been available, they have sometimes been seen as conflicting observations in relation to the historical basis of the indenture system. However, with only minor modifications, they are quite consistent with each other. This has become particularly clear in the light of recent research in English social and economic history, for recent findings have pointed to a likely synthesis of the elements already available and have provided additional evidence to fill some existing gaps. Some historians have depicted the colonial indenture system as a novel institution. In this view, the system was the result of improvisation, and considerable ingenuity, on the part of the colonizers of North America. Although the problem, how to people a new world, was unprecedented, the economic opportunity was a great motivator, and a novel solution was devised to recruit a labor force to exploit the riches of North America. Others have seen the indenture system as less a new departure than the 5. Adaptation to a new environment of a traditional institution, that of apprenticeship. 1-2. In this light the novelty of the institution was much less. That a man should become a bondservant by legal contract was not strange, for the ancient institution of apprenticeship was known to all. 1-3. What is not clear is how the extension of the institution to unskilled workers was regarded by contemporaries, for apprenticeship was defined as an arrangement by which youths were trained in specific crafts, and normally involved a minimum term of 7 years. 1-4. It now appears that both these positions contain elements of the true explanation of the origins of the indenture system. To see this more clearly, it is helpful to consider some important aspects of the society from which the colonizers came. The motives of those who founded the colonies of North America have received considerable attention from historians. Although many specific motives have been identified, one theme, concerning the form the colonies were to take, dominated much of the contemporary literature on colonization. One of its early statements appears in the pamphlet quoted above, Peckham's True Report of 1583. Peckham appended to the pamphlet a copy of the Articles of Assurance, a description of the social and economic structure of the colony he envisaged, based on a plan drawn up a year earlier by Sir Humphrey Gilbert. Gilbert's plan has been referred to by a biographer as a framework for a colonial utopia. 1-5. Yet the model from which the idealized society was taken is clear. For a consistent theme that ran through much, if not most, English colonizing literature of the late 16th and early 17th centuries was the desire to reproduce English society in the New World. Although most colonizers aimed at creating a purified version, or perhaps recreating that of an earlier, monoreal era, the society and social structure they wished to implant in the wilderness were those of England. This has been recognized by many historians. 1-6. Perry Miller, for example, suggested this in terms relevant to this discussion when he wrote of an early governor of Virginia who intended, he said, to create in Virginia a society like our native country, and England was a society of gradations. 1-7. Not only was 17th century England a society of gradations, but its pre-industrial economy was based on agriculture, and its social institutions were highly developed and attuned to the problems of allocating a labor force efficiently to agriculture. The results of recent research on the social structure of traditional England tend to suggest that the indenture system, although modified in form, can be seen as a geographic extension of one of the most pervasive institutions of 17th century England. Indentured servants were initially sent to the New World to provide agricultural labor. 1-8. In this they were the equivalent not of English apprentices but rather of English servants in husbandry, or farm servants. 6. Significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. Peter Laslett has estimated that between 1/4 and 1/3 of all families in Stuart England contained servants, most of whom, female as well as male, were engaged in agricultural labor. A recent study has estimated that during the 17th and 18th centuries, between 1/3 and 1/2 of all hired labor in English agriculture was performed by farm servants, and that in a typical parish more than half of hired full-time agricultural workers were servants. Typically, in pre-industrial England, boys and girls born in a cottage would leave home for service sometime after the age of 10. These servants in husbandry, as they would then be called, usually remained in the position of servant until marriage. This period was normally divided between a number of different households, for one characteristic of farm servants was their frequent, typically annual, mobility. In this they differed from those who entered training in industrial crafts, true apprentices, who usually spent the entire period of life cycle service in a single household. Recent research has indicated that the actual number of apprentices has been exaggerated by historians. 3 It may be a consequence of this that the quantitative importance of servants in husbandry has often been underestimated. Peter Laslett has recently estimated that, although those in service, apprentices and servants in husbandry, may have made up between 10 and 15% of the population of 17th century England, apprentices alone may have accounted for less than 1%. 24 Service in husbandry seems also to have been a common feature of many other traditional societies. 5 Servants in these systems lived in the house of their masters much as additional children, and indeed the word used by English contemporaries to describe the extended group living together under one roof was family. 26 The system under which farm servants worked in England was well defined by custom. Servants lived in the house of a master who provided them with room and board in addition to wages. Although their contracts were usually verbal rather than written, 27 they were legally enforceable, as both legislation and a considerable body of litigation, consisting of complaints by both masters and servants, attest. 28 The normal duration of the contracts was 1 year, but cases can be found in which servants bound themselves for either shorter or longer periods. 29 Although the indenture system differed from the system of service in husbandry chiefly in the distance the servants travelled upon leaving home, this was a sufficiently important economic difference to necessitate several modifications in the institution. These had a considerable impact on its operation, for each change tended to make the indenture system more rigid and formal than its English counterpart. The most fundamental change, from which the others apparently followed, was in the duration of the normal term of service. As noted above, the English servant in 7. Husbandry typically served a short term, rarely remaining more than a year or 2 in one place. Longer terms were needed for those servants sent to the American colonies because of the considerable expense of transporting them. 30 The reason for this is straightforward. The indenture system provided a link between English labor supply and colonial demand. The link was effected through the indenture, which was a credit mechanism by which the servant, unable to borrow elsewhere the money necessary for the passage fare, borrowed against the future returns from his labor. The indenture was thus a promise to repay the loan, and the security on the loan was the servant himself. The length of the term depended on the amount of time necessary for repayment. 3 These longer terms, dictated by the need of the lender to recover his large initial investment, had legal precedence in the English system of service in husbandry and even more commonly in apprenticeship. But in the colonial indenture system the terms raised greater problems of enforcement than had existed in England. These problems were aggravated by the high marginal productivity of labor in many parts of the land-abundant colonial economy, as the high wages of free labor and the relatively easy availability of land in many colonies, particularly in the early 17th century, provided strong economic incentives for servants to breach their contracts by running away. As a result, the adaptation of the English institution to the American colonies produced an additional body of colonial legislation aimed at preventing servants from deserting their masters. This may have had a significant effect on the daily lives of the colonists, for one preventive measure used in all colonies from early times was the requirement that anyone traveling had to have a pass. 3-2 Yet although the requirement of obtaining a pass to travel may have been an annoyance to colonists, the effects of the adaptation of the English system of service may have cut much deeper into colonial society than to just the level of convenience. Both the need for a large body of legislation to prevent servants from running away and the fact that running away was the most frequent cause for the appearance of servants before colonial magistrates suggest the introduction of a new adversary status, or at least the aggravation of the existing one, into the relationship between master and servant. Unlike their counterparts in England, colonial indentured servants were no longer considered additional children. The mechanism used to secure the investment in their voyage to the colonies had made them into property. To be sure, servants were valuable property in the early colonies, but they were no longer additional members of a family, as servants had been in England. 33 An important difference between the colonial indenture system and English service in husbandry was that colonial masters were free to sell. 8. Significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. Their servants for the remaining term of their contracts whenever they pleased. Edmund Morgan has pointed out that this shocked some 17th-century Englishmen, 3-4 and it did constitute an anomaly in an English context. In 15th-century England it had been acceptable to sell the service of apprentices freely as the master's property, but by the 17th century apprentices could be sold only with the permission of the master's guild. By the time of the first settlement at Jamestown, binding an English apprentice with intent to sell him was considered an abuse. There can seldom have been a need to sell farm servants in England, because of both the short terms of their contracts and the ease with which these could be terminated, since wages were generally paid to servants at frequent intervals according to their productivity. 3-6 Neither the master nor the servant normally acquired a sizable net investment in the contract. The amount of money owed by one to the other was rarely large. As has been seen, this was not the case for indentured servants in the colonies, for their contracts represented large investments to their masters in the form of debts owed to them by their servants. Convenience provided a strong incentive to make these contracts transferable, for servants were rarely bound in England by the person they were to serve in the colonies. The distances and costs involved made it impractical in most cases for planters to travel in England to recruit their own workers, so that by the standard form servants were bound to serve an English agent or his assigns to make it possible to transfer the contract upon the servant's arrival in the colonies. This, of course, had the effect of making the indenture negotiable not only initially but also at any subsequent time before its expiration, and an English servant in Virginia now discovered that his master could sell him like a damned slave. 37 Although some aspects of the indenture system diverged from contemporary English practices, it did embody, as seen earlier, important elements of continuity. The system is perhaps best viewed as the adaptation, with such changes as were dictated by economic necessity, of an institution basic to the English agricultural economy. Instead of moving from one village to another to enter service, after 1607 English youths frequently moved to another continent. In functional terms, the indenture system was thus primarily a geographic extension of the system of service in husbandry. 38 Yet, it might be objected, a voyage to the New World in the 17th century, which took from 2 to 3 months, was not a routine event. Surely an institution that required transatlantic passage must have been regarded quite differently by contemporaries than one that involved only a local journey. Some caution is required in dealing with this objection, for most contemporary discussion of the indenture system resulted from public interest in a larger issue, the question of whether emigration to the 9 colonies was beneficial to England. As a result, most contemporary literature dealing with the indenture system is strongly biased. 39 However, even allowing for this, examples can be found to demonstrate clearly that Englishmen of the 17th century could naturally conflate the two systems of colonial indenture and English service in husbandry. An example appears in a description of Maryland written in 1666 by George Alsop, a former indentured servant. Demonstrating an unquestioning belief in what R. H. Tawney called the functional view of class organization, Alsop wrote, "Then let such, where Providence hath ordained to live as servants, either in England or beyond sea, endure the prefixed yoke of their limited time with patience. 40 Similarly, William Wood wrote of New England in 1635 that there is as much freedom and liberty for servants as in England and more too, and an anonymous author of Carolina in 1666, let no man be troubled at the thoughts of being a servant for 4 or 5 years, for I can assure you, that many men give money with their children to serve 7 years, to take more pains and serve nothing so well as the servants in this plantation will do. For one, it should be noted that these writers were all favorable to the indenture system, and were trying either directly or indirectly to attract recruits to it. Yet what is important for this discussion is their unself-conscious conflation of the status of servants in England and the colonies. Alsop and Wood do this explicitly, the anonymous Carolinian implicitly by arguing that colonial servants were better placed even than English apprentices who, unlike the lower status servants in husbandry, had to pay for access to their more desirable places. Development and forms of colonial indentured servitude. The argument outlined here might seem to lead to the conclusion that the indenture system was an important source of social and economic continuity in the British colonization of North America. It did represent as direct a transplantation of a common English institution as was possible under the economic circumstances. Yet it would appear that the adaptations produced a fundamental change in the institution, as the rigidity introduced as a result of economic imperatives destroyed relationships basic to the English system of service in husbandry, and resulted in a system in which men were traded and sold as objects. Thus, although the indenture system appears to have been the solution to the problem of how to move the English system of service in husbandry across the Atlantic, the form it took was quite different from that of the institution on which it was modeled. An examination of the actual development of the system suggests how quickly the economic sources of the differences molded the new institution. 10. Significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. The characteristic form of the indenture system emerged from early experimentation with a variety of different arrangements by the Virginia Company. The company's purpose was the simple one of maximizing its profits, and the succession of formulas it tried were all intended to do this by recruiting a labor force for Virginia that would work for the company's benefit. In devising schemes with which to attract settlers, the company met with no interference from the British government, for from the first there was an understanding that emigration to America was to be handled privately, without intervention by or expense to the king. 4. The company's initial plan was to treat migrants as adventurers, or investors. Prospective settlers in Virginia in 1606 were each promised a share of stock in the company, toward a division of the company's profits that was to occur at the end of 5 years. In return, the settlers were to live in Virginia at the company's expense and to work there wholly for the company. 43 Profits 5 years in the future apparently proved inadequate to motivate the colonists, and the company's early attempt to use military discipline to make communal production profitable was equally a failure. The subsequent development of the form of immigration characteristic of the indenture system was closely connected to other changes that marked the company's gradual surrender of its control over the colony's economy. An obvious need to give settlers stronger positive work incentives led to tentative economic reforms as early as 1609, when small amounts of land were given to individuals for private gardens, and in 1613 somewhat larger plots were granted to settlers to farm on their own account. This reform led to a new system, established by 1616, under which newly arrived colonists could be rented from the company for employment as laborers on private farms. 44 In 1618 a reorganization of the colony's government produced a ratification of the movement toward individual enterprise, as earlier settlers were granted sizable plots of land on which they were to pay rents to the company. In conjunction with this change, the company offered to transport new settlers to Virginia and establish them there as sharecroppers. The company would give the tenants land and provide them with food and capital for an initial period in return for half their output. At the end of 7 years of tenancy, the farmer would be freed from the agreement, and would be given 50 acres of his own land. 45 As part of the same thrust to increase Virginia's population, the company arranged with the City of London to have 100 poor children sent to Virginia in 1618 at the city's expense. The terms of the contract drawn up by the city's Common Council indicate that the children were to be treated as apprentices and placed on land as tenants for freedom dues at the end of their 7-year terms. These children, and 11 others in the following 4 years, were sold to the free settlers of the colony. In a parallel enterprise, in 1619 the company began to send young women to Virginia to be sold to planters as wives upon payment to the company of the cost of their passage. 4-6 These transactions of 1618 and 1619 clearly foreshadowed the indenture system. The first documented example of the system's characteristic form on a significant scale occurred in 1620, when the Virginia Company sent to the colony 100 servants to be disposed amongst the old planters. The cost of passage was advanced by the company, and the servants were transferred to individual planters upon reimbursement of these costs. This marked the full development of the transaction that became prevalent for English indentured servants, as colonial planters obtained the services of the immigrant for a specified time upon payment of a lump sum to the importer. 47 One other common feature of the indenture system had also been introduced by the company before this time. From about 1618, the company had provided an additional incentive for planters to transport servants to Virginia on their own account by the promise of a head right, or grant of land, for each individual brought into the colony. By 1619, the size of these grants had been set at 50 acres. 48 Although pioneered by the Virginia Company, the characteristic form of the indenture transaction was quickly borrowed by private planters and merchants, and the head right was soon adopted by other colonies as a means of encouraging the importation of new settlers. As a result, the indenture system remained in use throughout the British settlements in America long after the dissolution of the Virginia Company in 1624. 49 Fundamentally, indentured servitude was an institutional arrangement that was devised to increase labor mobility from England to America. 50 The settlement of the New World made available for cultivation vast amounts of new land, and in those regions in which crops could be found that would both exploit this resource and satisfy the demands of the large English market, the result was a marginal productivity of labor in agriculture considerably above that found in England. As will be seen later in this study, the marginal productivity of labor in many parts of colonial America was sufficient to allow many bound English workers to repay the cost of passage to the colonies in as little as 4 years. Yet when English colonization of the Americas began, the problem existed of how workers unable to afford the high cost of the fare out of their own savings could borrow the necessary funds. The requirements of the situation, with the need for the emigrant to repay the funds after traveling across the Atlantic Ocean, posed enormous problems of enforcement for any potential British lender, and it is not surprising that existing British financial institutions were inadequate to the task. As was seen in the preceding description of 12. Significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. The Virginia Company's early experiments, the initial solution was for a firm active in colonial production to advance the cost of passage to workers who would then become employees of the firm until this loan was repaid. The problems of supervision and motivation caused by the scheme soon led the company to rent out the workers it transported to private producers. This modified system was short-lived, as the company apparently quickly perceived the advantages of simply selling the workers it imported to individual planters for the period necessary for repayment of the loan, specified in the workers' contracts. By doing this, the company unambiguously transferred all costs of supervision and enforcement of the contract to the planters, including all risks, such as the possible escape or death of the servant. Once the principle of outright sale of the contract had been established, a large firm no longer had any significant advantage in the transportation of servants, for there was no longer a need for supervision of large numbers of agreements for any extended period in the colonies, and the period during which the transporter extended credit was reduced to the time between the signing of the contract in England and its sale in the colonies, principally the 2 to 3 months during which the servant was in transit to the colonies. The cost of entry into the servant trade was low, and the industry quickly became one in which many merchants participated. Yet the form of the indenture bargain was not limited to a single type. At least three distinct methods existed by which people became servants. The distinction ceased to matter once the servant had been bound, for legally all white colonial servants were treated the same by both statute and custom, but the differences in form did have implications for the operation of the trade in servants. The first type to develop was that already described, in which a servant entered an indenture before leaving Europe. The contract generally was sold to a new master when the servant arrived in the colonies, but the basic dimensions of his servitude, particularly the length of term, were fixed by the contract. A variant of this form developed to deal with cases in which prospective servants arrived in the colonies without written indentures. On arrival they were sold as servants, and to provide some protection for these people each colony developed its own legislation specifying the custom of the country. An important element of this legislation was the regulation of the term to be served by those arriving without indentures. 5.1 During the 18th century a third form of arrangement appeared. Under the redemptioner system, the emigrant crossed the Atlantic under a promise to pay his fare on arrival in America. He might sometimes have made partial payment before sailing. After arrival, a period of time, usually 2 weeks, was allowed for the servant to raise the balance of the fare. If he failed to raise the money, he was sold into servitude by the 13. Ship's captain for the balance due. The length of the term for which he was bound was therefore determined by the size of his debt. The redemptioner system apparently originated in the transportation of Germans to the British colonies, and although the arrangement was used to some extent in the British servant trade in the 18th century, most British servants in the colonies had arrived under indenture or were bound by the custom of the country, whereas most Germans apparently came as redemptioners. Although the reason for this has never been fully explained, some elements of a possible answer can be suggested. The differences in form could have resulted in part from differences in the requirements of the emigrants. Whereas virtually all British servants emigrated individually, it was more common for Germans to emigrate in families. 5.2 The redemptioner system's routine provision for partial payment of fares in advance might have better suited German families who had raised some capital from the liquidation of the assets accumulated by the parents than young English men and women who emigrated as servants, few of whom had worked long enough to have much savings. The redemptioner system might also have been more flexible in adapting to a situation in which a family wanted to spread the costs of transportation more evenly among a group of people. Thus the adjustment of the length of contracts after the servant's arrival in the colonies may have made it easier, in binding the family as a group rather than individually, to make the terms of the family members less unequal in length than would have been the case under the indenture system, so that the members of a family could be freed closer to a single date. 53 The redemptioner system's allowance for a period after arrival in the colonies during which the servant could attempt to raise the balance of the fare was also probably more useful to emigrants who traveled in large groups over time to a single destination, as the Germans tended overwhelmingly to flow to Philadelphia, where many individuals or families might expect to find friends or relatives to give or lend them the fare to cancel their debts. These considerations involving the needs of the emigrants are all possible components of an explanation of the prevalence of the indenture form among British emigrants and the redemptioner agreement among Germans. An important analytical difference between the systems might have resulted from differences in the typical situations of German and English emigrants upon embarking for America. For there was a difference in the allocation of risk under the two systems. Under the indenture system, the economic risk in the trade was borne primarily by the merchant who bound the servant in England for future sale in the colonies. Because the merchant normally took personal title to the contract, he was a speculator in the servant's labor and would personally absorb any profits and losses resulting from changes in the value of the 14. Significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. Contract between the times of agreement in England and sale in the colonies. In contrast, under the redemptioner system the principal risk was transferred to the servant. Except in the case of death of the servant in transit, the merchant or ship's captain was guaranteed a fixed sum for his passage. 5. For any changes in the value of the servant's labor between the time of his departure from Europe and his subsequent arrival in the colonies would accrue to him personally in the form of a longer or shorter term of servitude. Thus, whereas under the indenture system the term to be served was fixed before the servant's departure and the sum received by the merchant upon delivery varied, under the redemptioner system the reverse was the case, as the merchant's receipts were fixed and the servant's term varied. A possible cause of this difference could have been the differences in the typical conditions of servant supply in the two cases. Unlike English servants, German redemptioners normally entered their agreements outside their native country. 5.5 Thus the Germans entered agreements with captains in Dutch ports, where their alternative opportunities for work were poor and the cost of returning to Germany substantial. The presence of whole families in many cases must have reinforced the tendency for the redemptioners' choices to be restricted at the time of entering the agreement for transportation. The same factors did not affect English servants, for their alternative opportunities were not restricted in the same way by language barriers or the need to support a family. The shift of the risk from merchant to servant may therefore have been a consequence of the lower opportunity cost to the Germans of entering the indenture system at the time of making their agreements. 56 Further investigation of the differences among these variants of colonial servitude lies beyond the scope of this study and will not be pursued here. The principal focus of this investigation will be on servants of the first type, those who traveled to the colonies after signing an indenture. Although much remains unknown about the relative numbers of servants who emigrated under each of the three arrangements at particular times, this appears to have been both the longest-lived and quantitatively the most important of the contributors to the colonial indenture system. Principal sources of evidence and plan of the study. In the early decades of the 20th century, the colonial indenture system was the subject of a number of major historical investigations, each of which examined its operation in a single colony. 5.7 The most comprehensive monograph to date on the system in all parts of British America was written during the 1930s and published in 194.7. 5.8 Since then, colonial white servitude has not been the subject of large-scale study. 15. Some recent authors have made contributions dealing with particular aspects of the system, but these have been narrow in scope. Because of this relative neglect, in 1974 K.G. Davies suggested in his History of the North Atlantic World in the 17th century that the indenture system was due for a reconsideration. 59 This study attempts such a fresh examination. It is based principally on the systematic analysis of a collection of 6 separate data sets, each composed of English legal registrations of large numbers of individual indentured servants. These have not previously been subjected to thorough analysis. The registrations, however, are not a new source to historians. As will be noted in the course of this study, several of the collections have been used when they were relevant to historians' studies of particular regions, and a few have even served as the principal sources for separate, smaller investigations. Yet all these uses of the data have been partial, both in their use of only one or two of the collections and in their consideration of only some of the variables on which the data contain information. This study uses all known servant registrations made in England during the American colonial period that survive in sizable collections, and considers virtually all the important variables in each. This approach allows comparisons of results across samples in addition to the multivariate analysis of the evidence of particular samples. For an investigation that seeks to understand long-run changes in economic conditions, there are numerous obvious advantages to this approach, and these need not be enumerated here. Yet some questions do nonetheless arise. The central one, ubiquitous in historical research, concerns the representativeness of the sample. To what extent can findings about the people contained in the sample be applied to the larger population of indentured servants from which they are drawn? Although no definitive answer to this question can be offered, a number of relevant considerations can be noted. First, the registrations span a long period of time. The earliest is from 1654, the latest from 1775, and they come from England's 3 major ports in the period, London, Bristol, and Liverpool. It must nonetheless be pointed out that their distribution across both time and space is very uneven. However, that they are not a random sample in these respects does not necessarily mean that they are biased with respect to certain other important variables. As will be seen, although some considerations of the possible effects of bias can be usefully undertaken, for many of the variables analyzed there is no way to test this issue directly. A systematic presentation and analysis of the available evidence can at least serve to establish the characteristics of the sample, and in some cases the plausibility of the results obtained can be checked by reference to other types of evidence. Together, the 6 sets of registrations cover a total of 20,657 servants. 16. Significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. Is relevant to the present discussion to know what proportion of the whole immigrant servant population these represent. The available estimates are tentative in the extreme, but some rough outlines may be drawn from them. One estimate of the magnitude of the servant migration is that of Carter Goodrich, who estimated that half the total white immigration to the 13 mainland colonies was made up of servants. 60. This was extended by Abbott Emerson Smith, who estimated that between 1/2 and 2/3 of all white immigrants to all the British colonies after the 1630s were servants. 61 estimates of net white migration to the British colonies for the period 1650 to 1780, with a description of how they were made, will be presented later in this study. 62. Although these figures are rough, they show that net white migration to the British colonies totaled approximately 600,000 during this period. Smith's estimate would therefore imply a total net migration of servants from 1650 to the end of the mainland's colonial era, the period spanned by the servant registrations used here, in the range from 300,000 to 400,000. The servant registrations on which the study is based might therefore represent between 5 and 7% of the total servant population from the relative period. These proportions are not sufficiently high to warrant strong assertions concerning the representativeness of the registrations in the sample for the whole servant population. Yet once again it should be emphasized that they represent all known registrations of their kind that survive in significant numbers. Earlier studies based on 1 or 2 of the 6 samples used here have obviously relied on smaller shares of the total. More registrations may be discovered in the future, and these might serve to fill some existing gaps in the geographic and temporal coverage of the records currently available. Yet is it unlikely that new discoveries will ever raise the proportion of the total population covered to the point where it will no longer be necessary to worry about the representativeness of the surviving sample. As in most historical studies, the question of representativeness will ultimately remain unanswered. The procedure in this study will therefore be that followed by others in similar circumstances, simply to make the sample of the particular type of data to be analyzed as large as possible. Systematic analysis will then give us firm information about those included in the sample and, pending the discovery of additional data, will provide the best available basis for generalization about the larger population. The remainder of the study is divided into 4 sections. The following section, titled Characteristics of the Servant Population, provides a quantitative description and analysis of some important demographic and economic characteristics of the 20,657 immigrants covered by the servant registrations that form the major primary sources for this investigation. Chapter 2 considers the age and sex distributions of the servants. Chapters 17. 3 and 4 deal with the occupations of the male servants, and Chapter 5 analyzes the servants' literacy. This section provides information about the distribution of these variables for the servants in each of the samples analyzed and considers differences in the distributions across samples, thus identifying trends that occurred over time in the composition of the servant population. The third section, Migration and the Transatlantic Market for Indentured Servants, uses the evidence of the servant registrations to analyze the migration of the servants. Chapter 6 provides an overview of the colonial destinations of the servants, giving a quantitative indication of changes over time in the relative importance of different colonial regions as servant importers. The chapter also explicitly relates the individual characteristics of the servants to their colonial destinations. This serves to establish differences in the typical sex, age, and occupational composition of the servants bound for the different servant importing regions at a given time, as well as changes in the typical characteristics of servants bound for each region over time. Chapter 7 examines the market for servants that linked the colonies with Great Britain. Using an economic model of the market as an interpretive framework, empirical estimates indicate how the transatlantic trade valued the servants' labor, by means of an analysis of the lengths of the terms for which the servants were bound. These estimates provide information about both the way in which the particular characteristics of individual servants affected their expected productivity in the colonies and the nature of the choices the servants faced in binding themselves to serve in America. The fourth section of the study focuses explicitly on the role of the indenture system in the colonial labor market. Chapter 8 combines the results of the previous section with other evidence to provide a quantitative view of the ways in which indentured labor interacted with free and slave labor in the colonies, and to construct a description of how the role of white servitude evolved in those regions in which it was quantitatively important. Chapter 9 then presents an economic model of labor supply to the American colonies designed to explain the determination of the composition of colonial labor forces by the three available types of labor: free, servant, and slave. This model is used to examine the composition of the labor forces of a number of major colonial regions, and to isolate the factors responsible for some significant changes in their composition. The chapter also uses the evidence of the servant registrations to test an implication of the model concerning the relationship between the quantitative importance of slavery in a colony and the skill composition of the colony's servant population. 18. Significance and origins of the colonial indenture system. A concluding section summarizes the results of this investigation concerning both the American colonial experience and the indenture as a form of labor contract, and briefly surveys the role of bound labor in the history of the Americas. 19. Part 2. 2. The age and sex distributions of the indentured servants. This section is devoted to a quantitative description of the characteristics of the population of indentured servants from the evidence available in the servant registrations. One basic element of this is the population's demographic structure. This chapter provides an overview of its distribution by sex and age. Composition by sex. Although the sex of the servants was not recorded independently in most registrations, it can be inferred from their names. Table 2.1 presents the sex distributions of the servants in each of the 6 samples of registrations. The initial observation concerning the distributions has to do with the obvious imbalance between men and women. Women did not make up as much as 1/3 of the servants in any of the samples examined. Thus the greatest proportion of women in any single sample was the 30.8% of the total registered in London during 1683–86, whereas the lowest was the 5.5% of the London registrations of 1718–59. In total, women comprised only 18.4% of the servants in all the samples. This supports the familiar finding that the indentured servants bound for colonial America were predominantly men. Previously, less has been known of possible trends in the sex composition of the servant population over time. Table 2.2 presents the results obtained by aggregating the registrations across samples by decade. This yields a series from the pooled samples of the servants' sex distributions by decade. With the exception of the first decade of the 18th century, the observations divide temporally into 2 relatively homogeneous groups. The first is made up of the 5 17th century decades covered, in which women made up between 21 and 25% of total registrations. The second group includes the 6 18th century observations after 1710, in which women made up less than 10% of registrations in 5 decades and a maximum of just over 15% in one. The observation that does not fit into these groups comes from the Liverpool registrations made in the first 8 years of the 18th century, in which women accounted for more than 36% of the servants bound. The pooled evidence of all the registrations shows that whereas in the 17th century registrations women comprised 23.3% of the servants covered, in the 18th century they made up only 9.8%. This proportional decline of more than 1/2 in the importance of women in the registrations over time is striking. Our present knowledge of relevant conditions in both England and the colonies is not sufficient to provide a full explanation for this apparently considerable temporal shift in the sex composition of the servant population. On the supply side, these would include the effects on emigration of possibly changing relative opportunities for men and women in the English economy during the 17th and 18th centuries. Yet several factors of possible importance on the demand side can be indicated. These are specific mechanisms through which the changing sex composition of the populations of the principal servant importing colonies could have affected the demand for immigrants. For it is known that an early acute shortage of women existed in many British American colonies in the 17th century, whereas by the 18th century there was a strong tendency toward a more even balance between the sexes in most colonies. Evidence to be presented later in this study from samples of servants registered in 1683-84 and 1718-59 indicates that with a number of other characteristics held constant, American colonists offered a premium for women relative to men. One possible reason for this is the shortage of wives for colonists in many areas, particularly in the 17th century. The comments of contemporaries indicate that at least some English women who emigrated to the colonies under indenture were purchased upon arrival by men for the purpose of marriage. Thus one author wrote of Maryland in 1666 that the women that go over into this 24 province as servants, are no sooner on shore, but they are courted into a copulative matrimony, and a British planter wrote in 1649, in reference to his experience in sending female servants to work on his estate in Virginia, that if they come of an honest stock and have good repute, they may pick and choose their husbands out of the better sort of people. I have sent over many, but could never keep one at my plantation 3 moneths, except a poor silly wench, made for a foil to set of beauty, and yet a proper young fellow must needs have her, and being but new come out of his time and not strong enough to pay the charges I was at in cloathing and transporting her, was content to serve me a 12-moneth for a wife. 4. Although the frequency of this practice and the extent to which it contributed to the determination of the sex ratio of the indentured servants are not known, the decline in the early quantitative sexual imbalance in the colonies reduced the shortage of wives, and therefore might have tended to reduce the demand for female servants relative to males. 5. The possible importance of a second factor is suggested by further analysis of the registrations of 1718-59, in which a premium appears for women only below the age of 18. 6. The relative youth of the favored group might indicate that at least in this period the principal source of the female premium did not stem from a demand for potential wives but perhaps instead for young women to perform household work. A possible parallel is the finding that in the 19th century American South young female slaves were more productive economically than young males in part. 25. Because of the demand for young women to work in such household jobs as nursing, cooking, and cleaning. 7. If the American colonists had had a similar demand for female household labor, or for females to perform some light farm labor such as dairying and gardening, the effect of this demand on the market for indentured servants would also have declined over time as the available supply of female labor in the colonies grew. These effects on the demand side are the most likely channels through which demographic changes in the colonies could have affected the sex composition of the indentured servant population. The quantitative importance of their role remains uncertain, as does the possibility that significant changes on the supply side could have contributed to the trends observed here. Age distributions, levels and trends. Of the 6 sets of servant registrations used in this study, only one, the 17th century Bristol lists, did not record the ages of any of the servants bound. The extent to which ages were recorded in the other samples varied. The proportion of the total registrants for whom ages are missing ranges from 1/1/2% in the latest of the samples and less tha. 5% in 2 others to 38% of the Liverpool registrations of 1697 to 1707 and 61% of those made in London in the 1680s. The reasons for the frequent omission of the servants' ages in the TVO latter sets of records are not known. However, as neither of these consisted of actual contracts of servitude, the case in 2 of the samples in which the recording percentage of age was high, nor had been requested by the government to gain information about the emigrants, the case in the third, it is possible that knowledge of the ages of the servants was of only secondary importance for the purposes of registration, and that as a result the care taken to obtain this information in the recording process was simply less. 8. Table 2.3 presents percentage distributions of the servants' ages by sex for each sample. 9. Although the precise shape of the distributions differs between samples, one conclusion that emerges clearly is that at the time of registration, throughout the colonial period the servants tended to be in their late teens and early 20s. At least 2/3 of both the men and women with recorded ages in each sample were aged 15 to 25, and in 2 of the 5 samples of men and 4 of the 5 of women, the share in this age group was 3/4 or more. The women were more likely to be minors, as the share of women below the age of 21 was greater than that of the men in 4 of the 5 samples. It was extremely rare for indentured servants of either sex to be below the age of 10 or above the age of 40. No more than 1/5 of the men nor 4% of the women with recorded ages in any sample were below the age of 15, no more than 16% of the men nor 7% of the women were above the age of 30. In view of the parallel drawn in the preceding chapter between indentured servitude and English service in husbandry, it is of interest to compare these age distributions with those of life cycle servants in England. Some information on the ages of the latter taken from available listings of the servants included in enumerations made between 1599 and 1796 of the inhabitants of 5 English villages is presented in Table 2.4. 10. The general outlines of these distributions are familiar from previous studies, but they serve to confirm a number of points. Thus, it was quite rare for children under the age of 10 to be in service. 1. Other information in the listings, not presented here, indicates that nearly all in this age group were living at home with their parents. This normally continued to be true of those aged 10 to 14. The age distributions, which show relatively larger numbers of men in their teens in service compared with larger proportions of women in their 20s, are consistent with the findings that boys typically went out to service younger than girls, and tended to leave service somewhat earlier. 1. Most servants of both sexes had apparently completed this stage in their life cycle by the age of 25, but some men and women did remain in service until their 30s and beyond. Compared with the evidence of the English servant listings, it appears that the indentured servants tended to be more highly concentrated in the late teens and early 20s. This was particularly the case for females. Thus, among the samples of indentured servants, the share of men aged 15 to 24 ranged from 61 to 83%, with a mean of 68%, and that of the women from 71 to 90%, with a mean of 81%. In contrast, among the English village listings the share of men 15 to 24 ranged from 50 to 84%, with a mean of 67%, and that of the women from 38 to 69%, with a mean of 59%. For both sexes, the age distributions of the English servants generally included a larger share of adults over 30 than did those of the indentured servants. From this evidence, it would appear that some English boys and girls of the 17th and 18th centuries began to emigrate to America under indenture at ages similar to those at which others first left home to enter service in England, in the early and mid-teens, and that the peak ages for entrance into indentured servitude for both sexes were the same ones, roughly 15 to 25, at which the highest proportion of English youths were living in service. Contrary to the pattern within England, women tended to enter indent years to emigrate relatively younger than men. Another dissimilarity between the patterns is the smaller share of those above the age of 30 entering the indenture system than living in service in England. 1.3 The information of the English village listings does not provide an adequate basis for analysis of possible changes in the age composition of the life cycle servant population over time. That contained in the indentured servant registrations, despite gaps and uneven coverage over time, does allow a consideration of possible trends. Summary statistics of central tendency concerning the indentured servants' ages by sample are presented in Table 2.5, and the same measures are given in Table 2.6 for the men of the earlier 18th century London registrations by sub-period. Two preliminary qualifications are relevant to the interpretation of this evidence. First, for reasons having to do with the terms of the legal authorization for the registration of servants given by the Privy Council in 1682, it is possible that the mean ages of the servants registered in London during 1683–86 are biased downward relative to those of the contemporary servant population as a whole, whereas those of the men and women registered in Middlesex in 1683–84 may be biased upward. 1. If this is the case, the true mean age of servants departing from the Port of London during the mid-1680s would lie between the means of these two samples. Second, the apparent truncation of the age distribution of the servants registered above age 20, particularly in the early years of the records, suggests that adults were underrepresented in the London registrations of 1718 to 59. 1. If, as appears likely, this underregistration was greatest in the earlier part of this period, the increases over time shown by the statistics of Table 2.6 might overstate the true increase that occurred in the male servant's mean age. Tables 2.5 and 2.6 do suggest the presence of some trends in the central tendencies of the ages of the indentured servants over time. The mean age of the men declined from approximately 22 years or slightly higher in the 1680s to just below 20 at the turn of the 18th century. The decline apparently continued until 1720, when the mean age may have fallen below 18 years, then a reversal of the trend raised the mean from about 19 during the early 1720s to more than 22 in the late 1730s. By the mid-1770s, the mean age of the men had risen above 24. The data on women's ages show parallel trends, although perhaps with less variation than the men's. From about 21 years in the 1680s, the mean age of the women may have remained constant through the end of the century before declining to just over 19 during the second quarter of the 18th century and finally rising to a peak of nearly 23 in the 1770s. 1.6. The evidence of the demographic variables summarized in this chapter presents some clear outlines, suggests some less definite conclusions, and raises some puzzles. In making inferences about a population on the basis of a number of different samples surviving from it, the results which can be most confidently accepted are those that appear in all the samples. Thus it is clear that, to the extent that the samples considered are representative of the whole population of indentured servants, men predominated among this group of immigrants throughout the American colonial period, normally making up at least 3/4 of the total. It is equally clear that the age group most heavily represented among both sexes in this popu. 31. Lation, as in the contemporaneous population of life cycle servants in pre-industrial England, was that of the late teens and early 20s. Conclusions drawn from the analysis of trends based on the aggregation of separate samples spaced over time must normally be less certain, for this process necessarily forces a greater reliance on the representativeness of each sample, and the possible unknown systematic biases of each sample become a potentially more serious problem. Therefore, a more tentative conclusion from the samples of registrations is that there appears to have been a decline in the share of women in the servant population over time, as women made up 1/4 of the servants registered in the second half of the 17th century but only 1/10 of those registered in the 18th century. Similarly, a trend appears in the age distribution of the servants over time, as a decline occurred in the servants' ages between the 1680s and about 1720, followed by a reversal and increasing mean ages from 1720 to the end of the mainland's colonial period. The puzzles concerning these results have to do with issues of both impact and causation. Their solutions are generally beyond the scope of this study, and would require a more precise knowledge of many aspects of the social and economic history of both England and the American colonies than is currently available. However, some of the principal remaining problems can be mentioned. As noted earlier, the reasons for the apparent shift in the sex composition of the servant population at the turn of the 18th century await systematic investigation. Two central elements in the decline in the share of women may have been a decline in the demand for female servants to become colonists' wives and a decline in the demand for English women to perform household jobs as colonial sex ratios fell from extreme imbalance during the 17th century to near equality in most regions during the 18th. Both effects appear plausible in view both of the testimony of contemporaries and quantitative analysis of the market for servants. Yet many empirical links in these hypotheses remain untested, and the possible magnitudes of their effects are uncertain. Similarly, many questions remain concerning the impact on colonial populations of the structure and changes over time in the age composition of the servants. Some evidence on the causes of the observed trends in the servants' ages will appear in the course of later chapters, for as will be seen, these are closely related to another issue, the changing economic skills of the servant population, which is a central focus of this study. What this examination of the demographic composition of the sample of servants has established is the existence of a considerable overall stability in the sex and age composition of the population of indentured English immigrants to colonial America. The evidence of the total sample points strongly to a population that was predominantly male and heavily concentrated in the ages from 15 to 25. Although some fluctuations in both variables occurred, and trends over time were identified, none were of a magnitude sufficient to change these basic facts. From the mid-17th century to the end of the American mainland's colonial period, the demographic composition of the population of indentured servants arriving as immigrants to the New World appears to have been remarkably stable. 3. The occupations of the indentured servants in the 17th century. The most important characteristics of the indentured servants for the concerns of this study are the skills they brought to the American colonies. A knowledge of the servants' occupations is critical to an understanding of the jobs they could perform in the colonies, and information on temporal shifts in the servants' occupational composition is central to an analysis of how the role of indentured labor in the colonial labor market changed over time. This chapter investigates the occupations of the servants from the available evidence for the 17th century. The following chapter does the same for the evidence of the 18th century and summarizes the changes in the male servants' occupational distribution that occurred over time. The Bristol registrations of 1654 to 1686. The principal sources to be used for the analysis of the occupations of the 17th century servants are two of the samples of English registrations. One, the larger of these, contains the registrations of more than 10,600 servants who shipped under indenture from Bristol to serve in the American colonies between 1654 and 1686. Too many entries not only record the names of the servant and master, the term of servitude, and the colony to which the servant was bound, but also identify the servant by status or occupation. It is on this information that this investigation concentrates. The list contains occupational and status designations for the servants in parts of 11 years. These were divided into two periods, the first comprising the first 8 years of registration, 1654 to 61, and the second, the final 3 years, 1684 to 6. Such descriptions disappear almost entirely from the records between July 1661 and April 1684. A tabulation of the occupational and status descriptions given for the males in the registrations appears in Table 3.1. 3. As the table shows, many more men were registered during 1654 to 61 than in 1684 to 86. In the earlier period, 30% of the men bound were identified as farmers and 9% as laborers. 1% were given the title of gentleman. A total of 19% were identified with occupations in a wide variety of skilled crafts and trades, with the largest number from clothing and textile manufacturing, followed by metal and construction crafts, service occupations, and food and drink trades. The remaining 41% of the men had no identifying occupational or status term recorded after their names upon registration. The registrations from the 1680s indicate quite different proportions of these groups in the registrations. Thus the share of the farmers declined to only 4% of the men, that of the laborers rose slightly to 12%, and the composite group of skilled tradesmen and craftsmen increased their share to a total of 26%. The residual of men without occupational designation rose to 58%, nearly 3/5 of total registrations. A potentially serious problem exists concerning the interpretation of the summary of the evidence on the servants' occupations for the earlier of the two periods. This has to do with the periodization used in Table 3.1. The nature of the problem can be seen in Table 3.2, which presents the occupational distributions on an annual basis for 1654 to 61 for the same categories used in Table 3.1. The annual distributions reveal considerable differences in the occupational composition of the male registrants over time. Table 3.2 therefore demonstrates that the percentage distribution of occupations in the Bristol records is potentially very sensitive to the period chosen for analysis. Although all the categories show some fluctuation, among the most erratic are those of farmers and laborers. For example, if individual years were chosen as the basis for sampling, an investigation based on the entries from 1656 would find laborers to have made up more than 2/5 of all males in the sample and farmers less than 1/10, while the data from 1660 would indicate that farmers made up more than 2/5 of all males and laborers less than 1/2%. To aggregate all years without attention to temporal variation would appear an inadequate method of dealing with data in which such sharp changes occur over time, for the source of the volatility of the shares of farmers and laborers would seem to be a matter of interest to the historian. If the fluctuations are taken to represent genuine shifts in occupational composition of the servant population, they raise questions concerning the temporal determinants of emigration. Alternatively, the possibility must be considered that they raise serious problems concerning the nature of the data. For the shifts are curious. It is odd that farmers would have been bound in Bristol as servants at the rate of fewer than 25 a year in 1655 and 1656 but at an annual rate of more than 185 during the following 4 years. It is similarly peculiar that 179 laborers would have been bound in the 2 years 1655 to 6, but that a total of only 53 would have been bound in the following 4, despite the fact that, on the average, more than twice as many male servants left in each of these 4 years than in each of the preceding 2. It is possible that real shifts did occur and that the registrations, at least in part, do reflect genuine changes in the composition of the servant population. Thus, for example, although the sudden increase in the share of yeomen after 1656 is difficult to explain, it could have had to do in part with a serious deterioration in English agricultural conditions beginning in 1656. For however the abruptness and magnitude of the changes make it appear unlikely that the observed shifts were entirely real ones. In particular, the drop in the share of laborers, together with the downward trend in the proportion of servants given occupational designations, suggests a hypothesis concerning the relationship between the registration process and the recording of servants' occupations over time. Very little is precisely known of the process by which the Bristol servants were registered. A city ordinance of September 29, 1664, stated, "Whereas many complaints have been oftentimes made to the mayor and aldermen of the inveigling, purloining, carrying and stealing away boys' maids and other persons and transporting them beyond seas and their selling or otherwise disposing them for private gain and profit, and it being a crime of much villainy to have children and others in such a barbarous and wicked manner to be so carried away, stolen and sold without any knowledge or notice of the parents or others that have the care and oversight of them for the better preventing of such mischief as for time to come, it is this day agreed, ordained and enacted by the mayor, aldermen and common council in common council assembled, that all boys, maids and other persons which for the future shall be transported 37 beyond the seas as servants, shall before their going a shipboard have their covenants or indent years of service and apprenticeship enrolled in the Tolsey book as other indent years of apprenticeship are and have used to be, and that no master or other officer whatsoever of any ship or vessel shall receive into his or their ship or vessel or therein permit to be transported beyond the seas such boys, maids or other persons as aforesaid." 5. There is no other known description of the procedure. However, the evidence of the lists themselves suggests that, in the first years in which the records were kept, the magistrates or clerks who kept them were quite conscientious. Thus during the first 3 years about 4/5 of the males were given status or occupational designations. It is very possible that in this period all servants were given a status description except the young men not yet identified with a skill or occupation. 6. Over time, the registrars may have become less painstaking, or perhaps they simply became aware that not all the information they had been recording was necessary for the purpose of the registration. As they began to abbreviate the documentation, they may have continued to record skilled occupations that could serve to identify specific servants, and they may simply have begun to omit the descriptions of unskilled workers as laborers. 7. This would account both for the drop in the number of laborers recorded after 1656 and for the downward trend in the proportion of males given any designation. Finally, the registrars reduced to a minimum the information recorded. Thus, beginning in early July 1661, occupations were omitted from virtually all the servant registrations, and the entries were commonly reduced to the servants' and masters' names, often omitting specific reference even to the term of servitude and colonial destination. This hypothesis of change in the registration process appears to be a reasonable interpretation of the evidence. If correct, it means that the most complete enumeration of the status and occupation of servants occurred during the initial years of registration, roughly 1654 to 7. In those years, yeomen and husbandmen made up just over a quarter of the men registered, unskilled laborers just under a quarter, and tradesmen and skilled craftsmen together just under a quarter. 2% of the men were identified as gentlemen. The residual of slightly more than a quarter, those without any identifying description, may have been chiefly young men, many of them below the age of 21, who had not yet acquired skilled trades or worked as hired day laborers. This segment may have gone directly from servant status in England, either as apprentices or more commonly servants in husbandry, to the status of indentured servant in America. The implications of this hypothesis for the occupations of servants in 1658 to 60 are clear. Farmers rose to about 31% of the male servants, whereas tradesmen and craftsmen declined to about 18%. The 38th number of gentlemen fell below 1% of the total. The remaining group of half the males included both youths and unskilled adults, with only 1% explicitly described as laborers. It would have been possible for the share of laborers to remain constant at a quarter of the males or just under, and at the same time for the share of youths without skills or occupations to have been a quarter or slightly more. The erratic behavior of the occupational shares shown in Table 3.2 means that generalizations about the composition of the servant population's occupational structure on the basis of the Bristol records should be drawn with caution. Nonetheless, this discussion has suggested that the records may be consistent with the statement that the male servants registered in Bristol during the later 1650s were made up, in roughly equal parts, of 4 groups: farmers, tradesmen and craftsmen, laborers, and youths. In addition, there was a small number of gentlemen. The Middlesex registrations of 1683 to 1684. The second 17th century sample that contains information on the servants' occupations is a collection of indent years recorded on individual printed forms in Middlesex County between January 1683 and September 1684. 8 contracts survive for a total of 812 servants. A tabulation of the occupations recorded for the male servants in the sample is presented in Table 3.3. Farmers made up 9% of the men in the sample, laborers 5%, and the composite group of skilled craftsmen and tradesmen 26%. A striking feature of the tabulation is its indication that no occupation was recorded on the contracts of 3/5 of the male servants registered. Unlike in the Bristol registrations, ages were given for most of the servants registered in Middlesex, making it possible to distinguish minors from adults. Of the 632 males for whom ages were recorded, 20% were less than 21 years old. Of these, only 12 had recorded occupations. Removing the minors and those for whom ages are not given reveals that more than half the adult men in the sample had no recorded occupations. The large numbers of men registered without occupational descriptions raise an obvious problem of interpretation, concerning the backgrounds they might have come from. A fully satisfactory answer to the question of whether the men registered without occupational or status terms actually possessed occupations and economic skills would appear to depend on answering the closely related prior question of why no occupations were recorded for these men. Several competing hypotheses can be offered in response to each of these questions, and the relatively large amount of collateral information available about the servants from the contracts of the Middlesex sample can be used to provide information that bears on the relative plausibility of these. One hypothesis that has been suggested by Mildred Campbell in relation to the Middlesex sample is that the omission of occupational descriptions had to do with the contracts on which some of the registrations were recorded. According to this view, the omission of occupational terms was due solely to the lack of a blank space for the servant's occupation or status. A possible implication of this hypothesis is that the omission of occupation was random, and that those servants with recorded occupations could be assumed to have been a random sample of the whole population of servants. 5 different types of printed forms were used in Middlesex registrations, in addition to a number of handwritten or special forms. Following Krego D.P. Nicholson, the form types will be referred to by letter. 10 of the types, only 3, A, B, and D, appear more than 10 times. The A form was used throughout the period of registration, from the first day from which the indent years survived to the last. The B type was also used from the beginning but was discontinued after May 12, 1684. Type D was used from May 20, 1684, to the conclusion of the surviving registrations. Examples of the 3 types are illustrated in figures 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. As can be seen, types B and D are similar in format and only slightly different in wording. The timing of the use of the 2 tends to indicate that form B was discontinued, for whatever reason, and replaced by D. Further, the fact that both type A and either B or D were always in use might tend to indicate that the formats served different purposes. Form A would appear to be the type referred to by the hypothesis described above that did not contain a blank for occupation, whereas B and D were apparently the ones that did. 1. The percentage distributions of male servants by occupational category for registrations made on each of the 3 main types of forms are shown in Table 3.4. About 94% of the males registered on A forms had no occupational or status description, compared with about 57 and 29%, respectively, for types B and D. It is interesting to note that a combined tabulation even of the males registered on types B and D, those which, according to the above hypothesis, could be taken to represent the whole sample, shows that a majority was composed of those who had no status designation or were described as laborers. What is to be made of the differences in registration among types of form? As in the case of Bristol, we have no exact knowledge of how servants were registered. One possible assumption, stated earlier, is that the assignment of forms was random. Servants registered were arbitrarily given either Form A or B before May 1684 and either A or D thereafter. If this was the case, the servants registered on B and D forms might be a random sample of all servants registered. This would imply that just under half the males in the sample would have had genuine occupations other than that of laborer. Another possibility is that forms were assigned on the basis of servants' requirements. At times when both varieties of form were in stock in the court, servants who stated professions were given B or D, whereas those who had no accepted occupation or status description were given type A. In this case, only about 35% of the males would have 44 had genuine occupations other than that of laborer. The first of these assumptions, that form assignment was random, treats the assignment as independent of the servants, whereas the second, that forms were assigned according to their suitability for the servant when possible, treats the assignment as a function of the individual servant's characteristics. The second assumption appears to be the stronger. 17th century English society was very conscious of status and rank. Men were customarily referred to by both name and occupation. 1. The status or occupational term, formerly known as an addition, was appended to a person's name for legal purposes and was usually recorded by clerks and registrars in legal proceedings of all kinds. 1. An example of its currency in legal use is afforded by a specific reference in the Privy Council Act that gave rise to the servant registrations of the 1680s. The order provided that when a servant was under the age of 21, he was to be bound only with the consent of his parents or master, and some person that knows the said servant to be of JHE name and addition mentioned in the indenture is to attest his said knowledge upon the said indenture. 1. For it seems unlikely in a society so aware of rank and position that a process of legal contracting would have been so casual in the recording of status as is suggested by the first hypothesis. But who were the servants without status or occupational entries? Were they a random sample of the whole population and therefore, on average, like the others? 3 important types of collateral evidence in the Middlesex registrations indicate that they were not. Furthermore, all 3 are consistent with the view that those without additions were lower in occupational and economic status than those with recorded trades, and that the absence of an addition was the result of the lack of an occupation. The first type of evidence is the ages of the servants registered. Of the 632 men whose ages were recorded, 375 had no addition. Of the 129 who were under 21 years old, 116 had no addition. Of the 41 under 17, 40 had no addition. Table 3.5 shows clearly that the age distribution of the men without additions differs considerably from that of the others. The proportion of the men without additions below the age of 21 to 31.3%, is more than 3 times the proportion of minors among those registered as laborers, more than 8 times the minors' share of the tradesmen and craftsmen, and more than 9 times their share of the farmers. 1.5 The mean ages of the men by category produce similar results, as the mean age of the men without additions is 1 year below that of the laborers, and more than 2 years below those of both the farmers and the tradesmen and craftsmen. That the age distribution of the men without additions was quite different from that of the other groups is evident. Its low mean and disproportionately large share of young men are consistent with the presence in this group of large numbers of youths who had not yet acquired trades. The second type of evidence is the relative ability to sign of men registered with and without additions. This ability has been used by historians as a measure of literacy, and has been found to be closely related to occupation. 1.6 Evidence presented in Chapter 5 shows that the low level of literacy among the male servants registered without stated occupations in Middlesex places them well below the skilled tradesmen and craftsmen in the sample, and roughly on a level with the farmers and laborers. The high level of illiteracy of the men for whom no additions were recorded suggests that they were not a random sample of the servant population, but rather that they were disproportionately drawn from the lower part of the skill or occupational distribution from which the other servants came. Finally, the third type of evidence is the relative mean length of the indent years received by men with and without recorded occupations. This evidence, presented in Chapter 7, indicates that for minors in the Middlesex sample the effect of having a stated trade, after allowing for the servant's age, sex, colonial destination, and literacy, was to shorten the term to be served by an average of nearly 9 months relative to those without skills or stated occupations. As the discussion of Chapter 7 shows, the finding that servants without occupational descriptions received considerably longer terms than those with trades, with other things equal, indicates that on average they were expected to be less productive economically, and hence less highly valued by colonial planters. The large differentials between the average terms of the indent years of those with trades and those without designation could have resulted from the fact that many of the latter were men not trained in, or accustomed to, work. These 3 types of evidence therefore all indicate that men without recorded additions were not like the others. The first indicates that on average they were younger, the second that on average they were less literate, and the third that on average they were less productive economically. A simple and plausible explanation of the absence of an addition is that the individual registered had no occupation to record. The quantitative evidence summarized here supports this explanation. 17 Some insight into the condition of some of the servants can be gained from less systematic evidence, for a number of the contracts contain notes about individual servants. Some of these, concerning young servants, were apparently recorded in compliance with the Privy Council order that authorized the registrations, quoted in part earlier. Others, apparently incidental, record information that was presumably given by the servant in the course of registration and deemed relevant by the presiding justice of the peace or recording clerk. This evidence is very incomplete, but it does afford occasional glimpses into the circumstances of a few of the servants. In the case of more than 50 individuals, it was recorded that either their father or both parents were deceased. In addition to several boys described as poor youths, half a dozen unfortunates were described as fatherless and friendless, while of 16-year-old Francis Hares of Staffordshire, registered without a trade in June 1684 to serve for 7 years in Maryland, the clerk wrote his father and mother and all friends dead and he a miserable wandering boy. At least 3 teen-aged boys came directly from the care of parish authorities, and about 10 men were apparently indentured immediately after their release from houses of correction, where they had been confined for debt or vagrancy. 1/8 The casual nature of the recording of this evidence precludes firm assessment of its quantitative significance. Thus little direct evidence exists concerning the skills or economic status of the servants without stated occupations. Yet it is possible that more than those few specifically identified as poor orphans or vagrants came from the lowest ranks of English society, from the levels at which functional descriptions tended to run out. That the lowest groups from England's society did not make up a majority of the servant population does not necessarily mean that they were not represented in significant numbers. That a sizable share of the 17th century indentured servants were unskilled and came from the lower levels of English society should come as no surprise, for we have another variety of evidence in abundance that tells us precisely that. This is the observations of contemporaries. It is clear, as Abbot Emerson Smith has pointed out, that some of these low assessments were the attempts of writers favorable to colonization to demonstrate that England was not losing valuable members of its population to the colonies. 9 Obvious examples of this appear in the work of such authors as Josiah Child and Charles Davenant 0. But not all writers about the colonies had this end in mind, and contemporaries with a wide range of viewpoints commented in a variety of contexts that large numbers of British indentured servants of the 17th century were drawn from among the poor and the unskilled. Although not all did so as flamboyantly as Henry Whistler, who wrote of Barbados in 1654 that this island is the dunghill whereon England doth cast forth its rubbish, rages and ore and such like people are thus which are generally broket here. Many colonial authors agreed with William Berkeley's comment from Virginia in 1662 that there is with us great scarcity of good men, that is, of able workmen, for only such servants as have been brought up to no art or trade, hunger and fear of prisons bring to us, and many English writers concurred in William Bullock's judgment of 1649 that many of those indentured were drawn from among the mother country's idle, lazy, simple people. 21. Both the Bristol records of 1654-60 and the Middlesex registrations of 1683-4 point to a great diversity in the economic backgrounds and occupations of the servants registered. The conclusion of this investigation is that 4 broad groups may have been present in the Bristol registrations of 1654-60 in roughly equal parts: farmers, laborers, those skilled in trades, both manufacturing and services, and youths without trades. The servants registered in Middlesex during 1683-4 may have included a somewhat larger share of skilled craftsmen and tradesmen, a considerably larger component of the unskilled, and smaller proportions of farmers and young men. In comparing the evidence of these two samples, it is clear that a higher proportion of the men registered at Bristol during 1654-60 had some occupational skills and training than did those registered in Middlesex in 1683-4. Thus, even using the aggregated figures from Table 3.1 for the Bristol registrations for comparison with those for Middlesex from Table 3.3, The share of the men with skilled occupations, defining skill broadly to include all those registered with occupations except the unskilled labourers, was 50% in Bristol, compared with only 35% in Middlesex. The question of whether the difference in these shares can be taken to indicate a downward trend over time in the share of the skilled among the servant population is complicated by the difference in the places of registration. 17th century London was widely known to contemporaries to attract large numbers of unskilled workers, and the comparison between samples might therefore reflect only the difference between servants recruited in the vicinity of the metropolis as opposed to 48 elsewhere. 22 However, additional evidence from the registration suggests that the observed difference in occupational composition between the Bristol registrations of 1654 to 60 and those of Middlesex from 1683 to 4 might have resulted primarily from a decline in the proportion of the skilled among the male servant population as a whole over time. The additional evidence comes from the continuation of the Bristol registrations. As noted above, occupational descriptions disappear from the Bristol registrations between mid-1661 and 1684. Following a gap in the registrations in early 1684. A total of 449 servants were registered before the surviving registrations end in June 1686. In these final 2 years of the records, occupational descriptions again appear, and the occupational distribution of the 369 men registered is shown in Table 3.1. Laborers and men without recorded occupations together made up 70% of the total, actually 5 percentage points more than their total in the Middlesex registrations of 1683 to 4. This evidence therefore indicates that the relatively high unskilled share of the Middlesex registrants may have been very similar to that in contemporaneous registrations made in Bristol and suggests that there may have been a significant decline in the proportion of male indentured servants who possessed occupational skills between the 1650s and the 1680s. Historiographically, the indentured servants of the 17th century have led a checkered career. The view prevalent among historians in the first half of the 20th century depicted the great majority of them as unskilled workers. 2-3 More recently, this characterization has been rejected in favor of the judgment that the servants were predominantly drawn from the ranks of England's farmers and skilled workers. 24 This investigation has produced a result intermediate between these two positions, for the analysis of the direct information of the registrations on the occupations of the servants, together with the collateral evidence of their ages, literacy, and economic productivity, has pointed to the conclusion that the male servants of the 17th century represented a cross-section of a very broad segment of English society. Lawrence Stone has estimated that 90 to 95% of the population of 17th century England was composed of the members of 3 groups: farmers and artisans, labourers and servants and other dependents. 2-5 The evidence examined here indicates that significant proportions of the indentured servant population of the 17th century might have come from each of these groups. A large number of the servants were farmers, both yeomen and husbandmen. Another sizable portion was made up of men skilled in a wide variety of trades and crafts, among whom all kinds of construction and textile craftsmen were represented. A third substantial part was composed of 49. Those without such skills or fixed occupations, most of whom had probably worked for hire by the day in agriculture. These were the laborers. Finally, a significant group comprised the young men who had not yet entered independent positions in English society and who chose to complete their life cycle service in America. 50. 4. Occupations of the 18th century indentured servants. 2 of the sets of 18th century registrations used in this investigation included entries for the registrant's occupation or status. These, from London for 1718 to 59 and from Treasury records of registrations made principally in London during 1773 to 75, can be used to analyze the servant's skills in the same way as was done for the 2 17th century samples examined in the previous chapter. The evidence of each sample on occupations is examined in turn in the first 2 sections of this chapter. A final section considers the evidence of the 4 samples together, comparing them in order to establish the dimensions of the changes that occurred in the economic skills of the British indentured servants bound for America between the mid-17th century and the end of the American colonial period. The London registrations of 1718 to 1759. Frequency and percentage distributions of the men's occupations by category tabulated from the London registrations of 1718 to 59 are presented in Table 4.I1. Relatively few of these servants were described as farmers or labourers. The five groups of non-agricultural trades and crafts together accounted for 46% of the men. Of these, textile and clothing crafts accounted for the largest share of registrants. More than half of these were either tailors or weavers. Construction trades, with 11% of the men, included carpenters, the single most numerous of the skilled crafts in the registrations. The categories of services, metal and wood crafts, and food and drink followed, in order of their relative frequencies. More than one-third of the men registered had no occupation or status recorded. As shown in Table 4.2, 96% of these were minors, with 15% below the age of 16. In contrast, the largest proportion of any other category made up of minors was the 66% of the laborers, and the smallest was the 37% of the construction workers who were less than 21 years old. No category other than that of men without recorded occupations had more than 1% of its total made up of men under 16. Another measure of the relative youth of the men without stated occupations is presented in Table 4.3. The mean age of the men without recorded additions was 17.5 years, whereas the mean ages of the men in the other categories tabulated were all over 21, ranging from 3.6 to 5.3 years higher than that of the men registered without occupations. Of the other categories, the mean age of the unskilled laborers was the lowest. The almost total absence of adult men from the group registered without additions suggests that the recording of occupations may have been quite conscientious and complete in the set of servant contracts, and that the bulk of those who lacked occupational terms were young men who did not have specific skills or trades. As in the case of the 17th century evidence, the circumstances in individual cases without occupational. 52. Descriptions cannot be established from the available information. Some in this group could have been apprentices who had not yet completed their training and taken the additions of their trades. Others might have been orphans or vagrants, attached neither to an occupation nor a household. Many may have come to the indenture system from positions as servants in husbandry. Because of the diversity of the actual economic activities performed by those in pre-industrial England without specific occupational skills or trades, it is not possible to assign those registered without additions to particular industries. However, some inferences about their levels of education and economic productivity relative to the other registrants can be drawn from collateral information contained in the registrations. As in the 17th century Middlesex registrations, the servants bound in London were required either to sign or mark their contracts to indicate their agreement. Again, using the ability to sign as an index of literacy, those without additions had the lowest literacy rate, significantly below that of the men in each of the other 7 occupational categories. 2. Analysis of the relative length of indenture received by men in the different occupational categories also places the men without additions in this sample distinctly below the others in economic productivity. Thus in this sample multiple regression analysis indicates that, other things being equal, men without additions received terms of indenture significantly longer on average not only than farmers and men in the other skilled trades and crafts, but also than the men registered as laborers. The interpretation of this result may be that the men without additions were not only unskilled but that, perhaps because of a lack of work experience or ability, their work was less highly valued even than that of the unskilled laborers. 3. As in the case of the 17th century servants, the conclusion concerning the men registered without occupations is that although it is 53. Not possible to determine what kinds of work they might have done and what positions they held before entering the indenture system, they did have some distinctive characteristics relative to the men in other occupational categories. Specifically, On average they were younger, less literate, and less productive economically than the men who recorded trades or occupations of any kind on their contracts. In these mid-18th century registrations, therefore, farmers made up just over 1/10 of those registered, laborers just over 1/20, men in a wide variety of non-agricultural trades and crafts just under 1/2, and predominantly younger men not identified by occupation just over 1/3. Yet these proportions are based on aggregation over an elapsed time of more than 40 years, and the surviving registrations are drawn from 33 different years. In view of the long sampling period, it is useful to examine the data for possible trends in the servants' occupations over time. A basis for the consideration of temporal changes of the servants' composition by occupation within the sample is provided in Table 4.4, which shows the percentage distributions of the men by occupation in 6 sub-periods. A number of definite trends emerge from this tabulation, particularly when only the years 1718 to 40 are considered. There is a lapse in the surviving contracts during almost the entire decade of the 1740s. Following this break, an important change occurred in the format of the surviving registrations. For although the reasons for the change cannot be determined, it is possible that it was symptomatic of some basic alteration either in the process by which servants were registered or in the diligence of the responsible officials, and therefore the evidence of the final period, 1749 to 59, may not be strictly comparable to that of earlier years. In the absence of any direct evidence on the registration process other than the surviving registrations, this hypothesis must remain speculative, but the possibility that the trends of 1718 to 40 actually were reversed during 1749 to 59 should be considered only with the qualification that this reversal may be an artifact of some change in the method by which the data were generated. There was a decline in the proportion of men registered without recorded occupations between each 2 periods shown in Table 4.4 except the final 2. That more than 2/3 of the men registered in 1718 to 19 was made up of those without occupational descriptions may have been due to a great extent to the initial non-registration of adults noted earlier in this study, 5. But the levels of the share without additions of the 1720s, when adults were registered in significant and increasing numbers, were in the range of 44 to 55% of all men, whereas those of the 1730s fell to 14 to 29% of those registered. The rising share of the men with additions during 1718 to 40 was distributed quite evenly among the occupational categories. There was a tendency for the proportion of men in every category except textile and clothing trades to increase over time, and this was part of a trend that made the shares of all the categories in total registrations progressively less unequal. As noted earlier, these trends were reversed in the 1750s, as 44% of the men were registered without additions and the shares of 5 of the other 7 categories in total registrations fell. However, because the change in registration procedure raises the possibility that this was not a real reversal, the trends in the servants' occupational composition before the 1740s might be considered. In the second half of the 1730s, farmers made up 15% of the men registered, laborers 9%, and men in all non-agricultural trades and crafts 63%. A decade earlier, farmers had accounted for 9%, laborers for 4%, and non-agricultural tradesmen and craftsmen 53%. So for most of the period covered, the evidence of the London registrations is of increasing proportions of men in nearly all stated occupations. The observed correlation between age and possession of an addition indicates that this trend was associated with the changing age composition of the servants over time. The overall picture presented by the records is therefore of increases over time in both the mean age and the average level of skill of the men whose agreements to serve in the colonies survive in the London registrations of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th decades of the 18th century. The London registrations of 1773 to 1775. The emigrant lists from the final years of the American colonial period were ordered by the English government to be collected by customs officers beginning in 1773 for the purpose of providing information about all passengers on ships leaving England. 6. They therefore include many people who were not indentured servants. Mildred Campbell found that servants and redemptionists together made up about 61% of all those registered. 7. A tabulation of the distribution of the male indentured servants' occupations by category is presented in Table 4.5. The occupations of the indentured servants were apparently very similar to those of all the men registered. Campbell found that 16% of all the men in the lists were farmers of various descriptions, the same percentage found here for the servants alone, and that 68% were tradesmen and craftsmen, very close to the 69% of servants in the 5 categories of non-agricultural trades and crafts shown in Table 4.5. 8. One difference arises in the shares of unskilled laborers in the whole sample of all departing passengers and in the subsample of servants, as Campbell found laborers to make up only 11% of the former, compared with the 15% of the latter given in Table 4.5. 9. It would not be surprising that unskilled laborers had a larger proportional representation among the servants than among the free passengers, for that laborers tended disproportionately to emigrate as servants would be expected as a consequence of their lack of capital relative to wealthier farmers and craftsmen. An interesting feature of the lists of 1773 to 5 is the virtual absence of servants registered without occupational descriptions. This may have been due to the nature of the registration process, for the purpose of the lists was to inform government officials, worried about excessive emigration and depopulation, about the emigrants, and the customs officers who made the original reports may have been instructed to give additions for all passengers. As a result, it is possible that servants without occupations or trades were simply described as unskilled laborers. The evidence on men's ages by occupation is consistent with this possibility, as Table 4.6 shows that laborers made up more than 2/3 of the men under 16, and declining shares of higher age groups, whereas every other occupational category increased its share of the male registrants until at least early adulthood. One man described as a laborer was only 11, and 18 were less than 15 years old. It is possible that these additions were accurate, but in view both of the youth of many of the laborers and of the absence from the lists of significant numbers of servants without additions, it would appear more likely that the addition of laborer was used in these lists not only to identify those who had worked in unskilled jobs but also more generally to describe men who had no trade or skills. That the laborers and those without recorded trades together made up a total of only 15% of the male registrants nonetheless contrasts sharply with all the earlier samples of servant registrations considered in this study. The high proportion of men in the servant lists of 1773 to 5 described as other than unskilled workers was associated with generally high ages of the registrants. As shown in Table 4.7, of the occupational groups, only the laborers had a mean age under 21, their mean of 19.5 was considerably lower than those of the other categories, which ranged from 23.9 to 25.8 years. This tends to support the validity of the occupational terms recorded in the lists. Certainly, in view of the association found in the other samples between age and the possession of an occupation, the generally high ages of the men registered are consistent with the small share made up of those who had no trade or craft. Long-run trends in the occupational composition of the indentured servants. Taken together, the 4 sets of registrations from which evidence on the occupations of the indentured servants has been examined span a period of nearly a century and a quarter, reaching from Bristol in the 1650s to London on the eve of the American Revolution. As important as establishing the occupational structure of the servants in each sample individually is to consider that of all together, for it is only by comparison of the full evidence of the samples that the changes can be seen that can constitute the basis of an analysis of how the functions of the indenture system might have changed over time, and for a consideration of how changes in the English and colonial labor markets might have affected the composition of the group of British workers who chose to emigrate in bondage. This overview will be the final topic to be considered in this chapter. A few summary comments concerning what the data can and cannot tell us about the servants are in order. The additions recorded in the 59 registrations do not necessarily give a precise indication of the servant's economic status or productivity. This is not simply the result of the broad categorization used in this discussion, for a problem would remain even if the many occupations recorded were tabulated individually. Nor is it due to false recording, although this could have been present to some extent. For reasons considered earlier, it is not likely to have been widespread. The basic problem is that a man's occupation indicates relatively little about the level of his training and experience, and therefore of his proficiency at his craft and his productivity and earning ability in that trade. Yet the additions of the men registered do give an important indication of the economic skills the indentured servants possessed. Several important distinctions are possible on the basis of the occupational entries. Two are of particular interest. One distinction is that between those who came from agriculture and those drawn from non-agricultural occupations. This is an important difference in any pre-industrial economy, even if the precision with which it can be drawn is not always fine. 1-0 Among the servants, the farmer's yeomen, husbandmen, ploughmen, and increasingly over time simply farmers, can be separated from the whole array of non-agricultural tradesmen and craftsmen engaged primarily in manufacturing or service occupations. The term laborer as used in 17th and 18th century England also normally referred to hired agricultural workers. 1-1 Those without additions cannot easily be categorized and will be excluded in making this division. If those in this group had been typical of the English population as a whole, the great majority probably would have been former servants in husbandry and therefore agriculturalists. 1-2 Additionally, insofar as no addition was recorded because the servant had no skill, given the preponderance of agricultural workers in the pre-industrial economy, it might be argued that the majority had been employed in agriculture. However, this would assume random sampling from the whole population, whereas the servant registrations were made in England's largest cities. Therefore the servants without additions may have been drawn disproportionately from the marginal workers engaged in service occupations in the city, such as peddlers and hawkers, as well as those disproportionately urban people who had no real occupations, such as beggars and vagrants. Because this cannot be tested in particular cases, this group will not be assigned to either the farm or non-agricultural category. The second distinction of interest concerns skill levels. The division to be drawn here between skilled and unskilled will once again be quite crude, but should nonetheless capture a generally significant difference between workers. The only specific term used in the registrations to refer 60 occupations of the 18th century indentured servants to unskilled workers was that of laborer. 1-3 Farmers who worked land on their own account, and even those hired agriculturalists with specific skill titles, must all generally be considered skilled to some extent. Most were entrepreneurs, if typically on a small scale, but even the husbandmen who may have worked directly under the supervision of a landlord generally possessed some significant knowledge and skills specific to agriculture. Similarly, it will be assumed that the entry of any specific non-agricultural trade on a servant's contract can be taken to represent the possession of at least some minimum level of skill. The few gentlemen in the registrations will also be considered to have been skilled. Although these skills would typically not have been craft skills, most gentlemen must have been sufficiently educated to perform as clerical workers, and most of the relatively small number bound were probably used to fill skilled administrative or supervisory positions in the colonies. Men registered without additions pose a special problem in regard to this division by skill. However, 3 types of collateral evidence from 2 of the samples examined demonstrate that the men without additions were not simply a random sample of the whole population of registrants and, as seen in earlier discussions, all 3 are consistent with the view that those without additions had lower average levels of economic skills and social status than those with recorded trades, and that the lack of an addition was the result of the absence of an occupation. Thus, in both the Middlesex registrations of 1683-4 and the London sample of 1718-59, the low mean ages and large shares of young men among the group registered without additions relative to all other occupational groups are consistent with the presence in this category of large numbers of youths who had not yet acquired trades. In the same 2 samples, men without additions were significantly less literate on average than those with additions of any kind. Finally, in the same samples, analysis of the length of indenture received by men with different occupations indicates that on average the labor of the men registered without additions was less highly valued than that of the others. It was suggested in the preceding chapter that a plausible explanation for the absence of a recorded addition appeared to be that the man had no occupation to record. The quantitative evidence summarized here supports this explanation, and is the basis on which the men without additions will be placed in the unskilled category. Many of these were too young to have occupations, and therefore additions. Many more might have been members of the lower ranks of English society in which men had no trade or steady employment of any kind. The evidence on male servants' occupations from all the relevant samples has been aggregated in Table 4.8 according to the two divisions suggested here. The greatest temporal change in the proportion of agricultural workers was a considerable decline between the Bristol registrations of the 1650s and all subsequent registrations from both Bristol and London. Thus 2/3 of the men whose occupations can be classified in the Bristol registrations of 1654-60 came from agriculture, compared with 38% in Bristol in 1684-86, 35% in Middlesex in 1683-84 and 27 and 31% in the two 18th century London samples. This decline combined with the progressive decline after the 1680s in the share of men registered without stated occupations to produce a significant upward trend in the ratio of men with non-agricultural occupations to farmers. Although there were only half as many men registered with non-agricultural occupations as there were farmers in Bristol in the 1650s, in the two sets of registrations from the 1680s there were more non-agricultural workers than farmers, 1.6 and 1.8 times as many in Bristol and Middlesex, respectively, and in each of the two 18th century samples there were more than twice as many non-agricultural workers as farmers, with ratios of 2.7 to 1 in the earlier and 2.2 to 1 in the later sample. Trends also appear in the skill composition of the servants. The Bristol registrations of 1654 to 60 were evenly divided between skilled and unskilled men. The proportion of skilled workers among the servants then fell to 30 and 35%, respectively, in the Bristol and Middlesex registrations of the 1680s, before rising in each of the succeeding periods, to 57% of the men registered in London during 1718 to 59 and finally to 85% of those registered during 1773 to 75. Within the skilled category, the group that increased its share of total registrations most between the 17th and 18th centuries was that of metal and construction craftsmen. The principal patterns that emerge from this consideration of trends in the occupational composition of the male servants therefore appear straightforward. After an initial decline during the third quarter of the 17th century, the final 100 years of the colonial period were marked by rising skill levels among those servants registered in England before their departure for the colonies. A disproportionate share of this increase was made up of men in a wide variety of non-agricultural trades and crafts. From the 1680s until 1775, therefore, the male servants were becoming on average both more likely to have occupational skills and less likely to have come from agricultural occupations. These secular changes in the skill composition of the servant population are of considerable importance to an understanding of the changes that occurred over time in the function of indentured servants in the colonial labor market. Yet toward this end the analysis of the servant's skills is not yet complete. The next chapter analyzes the evidence of the servant registrations alluded to earlier on the servant's ability to sign. This 63. Analysis both provides additional evidence on the validity of the interpretation of the occupational entries suggested here and offers one opportunity to compare the skills of the emigrating servants with those of other Englishmen of the same period. Chapter 6 will then add an important dimension to this consideration of trends in the servants' occupational distributions by examining the skill composition of the servants bound for different colonial destinations. 64. 5. Literacy and the occupations of the indentured servants. Two sets of servant registrations analyzed in this study are unique among sizable collections of surviving records of emigrating British servants in that they consist of actual indentures, or contracts of servitude. The earlier of these collections comes from the records of the County of Middlesex Quarter Sessions, where the contracts of 812 servants bound before justices of the peace have survived from the years 1683 to 4, whereas the later is a collection of contracts recorded before the Lord Mayor of London, which survive for a total of 3,187 servants registered between 1718 and 1759. Because the indenture was a bargain between master and servant, these contracts were to be signed, or marked, by the servant to indicate his agreement to the terms of the indenture. As a result, these two samples are the only ones that contain this information on the servant's ability to sign. 1. As mentioned in the preceding 2 chapters, a number of quantitative investigations of literacy in pre-industrial England have taken the ability to sign as an index of the presence of literacy. 2. These studies have found that literacy so measured was closely related to occupation and social status. 3. The findings of these investigations make the information of the contracts on the servant's ability to sign of interest for 2 distinct, though related, purposes. Both of these use the evidence on the servant's literacy as a check on the validity of the interpretations of their recorded occupations offered in chapters 3 and 4, but both also serve to provide additional information about the skills of the servants. Both of the primary uses of the information on the servant's literacy result from problems of interpretation raised by the analysis of the servant's occupations. The first involves the assessment of the skills of the servants who recorded trades of any kind. There is some possibility that, knowing skilled craftsmen to be more highly valued in the colonies than the unskilled, prospective servants could falsely have claimed to possess skills that would result in their receiving preferential treatment. For legal reasons discussed earlier, fraud of this sort is not likely to have been widespread. Yet a related problem of interpretation not subject to the same objections would result from the alternative possibility that the servants 65 who did practice the trades recorded upon registration could have been drawn disproportionately from among the lowest members of their professions in skill and economic status. In either of these cases, simply counting the frequencies of occupations would tend to overstate the true economic and social status of the servants represented. The second major problem of interpretation has to do with the large numbers of men registered in the 17th and early 18th centuries without occupational terms. As discussed in the preceding chapters, their large numbers make it important to know why no occupations were recorded for those servants. Was the omission merely random, resulting from accidents in the registration process, or was it systematic? Were these servants a random sample of the whole population of registrants, as the former hypothesis suggests, or were they systematically different, and if so, how? The utility of the evidence of the servants' literacy for the first of these problems results from the availability of estimates of literacy by occupation of the English population for periods close to those from which the servant contracts to be analyzed here are drawn. This makes possible a test based on a comparison of the servants' literacy rates with those of their contemporary Englishmen. If the servants' literacy rates by occupation are found to have been as high as those of other Englishmen, this would provide support for the validity of the occupational terms as well as for the conclusion that the servants were not disproportionately the lowest members of their professions in status. Alternatively, the finding that the servants were less literate by occupation would tend to suggest that some combination of the opposite was true, the presence of false recorded occupations in significant numbers and / or systematic overrepresentation of the lowest members of each occupational group. The close relationship that has been found between literacy and economic and social status in pre-industrial England similarly underlies the usefulness of evidence on the servants' literacy for the second problem. As a result of these correlations, the literacy rates of the servants registered Wiutaldians, or occupational terms, can provide an independent measure of their status relative to that of the other servants bound, as well as an indication of the level of the English economy from which they were. Literacy of the female servants. L.S.H.O.S. The number of servants of each sex who marked NTHF relatant T/F. Y each sample for a servants for *NT all AMNSRSLRT/A viable the numbers * women in both pies small and do not provide a basis for extensive analysis. The 66. Literacy and the occupations of the indentured servants. Low proportion of women in the Middlesex sample able to sign, 11%, is the same as that found by David Cressy for women in 17th century Norwich. For the proportion of women who signed is considerably higher, 35%, in the later London registrations. This is very similar to the estimate of female literacy obtained by Roger Schofield from a national sample for the mid-18th century. 5. In the London registrations, the proportion of adult women who signed is greater than that of the minors, by 43% to 33%. 6. Further subdivision indicates increases in the proportion able to sign between each of the age groups 15 to 17, 18 to 20, and 21, and over. Although the size and non-random character of the sample limits the strength of the conclusions, the proportion of adult women able to sign is nearly half again as large as the proportion of those aged 15 to 17, raising the possibility of sizable increases in the ability to sign among women in the late teens and early adulthood. Literacy of the male servants by occupation. A first step in analyzing the evidence for the men is to divide the registrations by occupational category. This is done for both samples in Table 5.2. These group literacy rates can be compared with the results of two studies of literacy in England by occupation in roughly the same periods. Considering first the earlier sample, the 27% of the husbandmen able to sign is higher than both the 11% obtained by David Cressy from East Anglian legal depositions of the 1680s and the 21% average he found for 17th century Norwich. 7. The 30% literacy rate for labourers is twice the 15% for East Anglia given by Cressy. 8. And the 56% literacy rate found by Cressy for East Anglian tradesmen and craftsmen is virtually the same as the 55% obtained by pooling the 5 categories of skilled crafts shown in Table 5.2, food and drink, metal and wood, construction, clothing and textiles, and services. 9. Though, as Cressy cautions, literacy figures from the Diocese of Norwich do not necessarily apply to other parts of England. 10. That the servants' literacy rates by occupational type are not lower than those found for East Anglia in a comparable period provides some support for the propositions that the occupational labels the servants gave were generally accurate, and that the skilled servants who had occupations were not systematically the least educated among Englishmen of the same trades. The rates shown in Table 5.2 for the servants covered by the 18th century London registrations can be compared with Roger Schofield's estimates of illiteracy for the period 1754 to 84 drawn from a national sample of marriage registers. Schofield's rates actually come from a considerably later period than the servant registrations, for not only does his period extend 25 years past the date of the last surviving London registration, but more than 90% of the servants in the latter sample were actually registered before 1740. The comparison is therefore between samples drawn chiefly from successive quarters of the 18th century. 11. Despite the difference in sampling period, the rates reported by Schofield are similar to those obtained from the London registrations. Schofield's rate of 54% is 8 points below the 62% of the husbandmen in the London sample who signed. 1-2 Schofield's 81% literacy rate for food and drink is 7 points below the 88% rate of the servants. A weighted average of the separate rates given by Schofield for metal and for wood crafts gives a rate of 82%, 3 points below the 85% servants rate. 1-3 A pooled rate obtained from Schofield's separate rates for clothing and textiles of 71% is almost identical to the 70% reported in Table 5.2. The servants' rate of 85% for construction cannot be compared to Schofield's different category of construction and mining. The much lower 49% rate of the latter could be due to the lower literacy of miners. There is no comparable category in Schofield's tabulation to the services category of Table 5.2. The only major apparent discrepancies between the results of Schofield's investigation and the present one occur for laborers. Schofield gives the literacy of laborers and servants as 41% compared to the London sample 62% for laborers, and for those with no stated occupation, for whom Schofield's 76% is considerably above the servants' 57%. The first of these discrepancies probably is due in part to the geographic composition of the groups compared, as will be seen in the following discussion. The second is more problematic, the issue of the literacy, and status, of the servants registered without stated occupations will be considered later at some length. The important result of these comparisons is that the literacy rates shown in Table 5.2 for the London servant registrations tend to be very close to those obtained by Schofield from marriage registers. This reinforces the conclusions drawn from the comparisons made for the first sample, although further analysis of the servants' literacy will consider some of the compositional factors that yield the literacy rates presented ere. The comparisons made to this point show that, compared with a national sample of literacy for the mid-18th century and a regional 6-degree RNE, the servants bound in the sample considered here were overall apparently no less literate by occupation than their counter. W.H. M. N. and this provides support both for the validity occupational titles recorded in the servant registrations and for the 70. Literacy and the occupations of the indentured servants. Contention that the servants who recorded occupations were not disproportionately the least educated and skilled of those who practiced their trades. The evidence on which this investigation is based is unusual among the types of sources used for quantitative studies of literacy in pre-industrial England in that it includes large numbers of minors. In the Middlesex registrations, 29% of the male minors signed, compared with 43% of the adults. 1.5 Given the considerable differences in literacy that existed among occupational groups, before this is accepted as evidence of an increase in literacy with age rather than simply the result of systematic differences in the occupational composition of the two age groups, it is desirable to hold occupational category constant in making the comparison. There are too few minors with stated occupations in the Middlesex registrations to make such analysis of that sample worthwhile, but the presence of significant numbers of minors with trades in the later registrations makes possible the division shown in Table 5.3, with the literacy of the servants in each occupational category given separately for minors and adults. The result is striking: in every case the proportion of adults able to sign is above that of minors. 1/6 The minor-adult literacy rate differentials fall into two groups by size. For 5 categories: food and drink, metal and wood, construction, clothing and textiles, and services, the differentials are small, with the proportion of minors able to sign about 90% or more of the adult rate. The largest differentials occur for farmers, laborers, and those without stated occupations. For each of these, the minors rate is about 70% of the adults or less. Leaving aside for the moment the men registered without stated occupations, the division between these two groups would appear to be significant. The first group includes the skilled trades and crafts, whereas the second consists broadly of the agricultural and unskilled classes. It is likely that those in the former occupations typically had more formal occupational training than the latter, as well as more literary skills. The relatively small minor adult literacy rate differentials in the skilled trades and crafts do not necessarily mean that boys did not learn to sign in the course of their professional training, but perhaps that by the time they took the addition of their trade, most who would ever be able to sign could already do so. Significant numbers of skilled occupations do not appear in the registrations for servants below the age of 17. 1/7 It cannot be determined to what extent the higher proportions of the skilled able to sign were due to informal education obtained in the course of professional training as opposed to the entry into skilled trades of those who were already more educated. In the case of the farmers and laborers, there is a variety of possible explanations for the observed differences in literacy between minors and adults. One category of explanation would attribute it to some type of selection bias. An example of this class would be the possibility that the difference arose from a demand phenomenon. Thus it may be that although young servants were preferred as agricultural laborers, perhaps because they were more easily controlled, 18 older servants would have been accepted by colonial planters only if they had other economic. 72. Literacy and the occupations of the indentured servants. Advantages over younger men, such as higher levels of technical skills and education. If such a demand bias existed, it would mean that the minors and adults in the sample were drawn from different ranges of the men in a given occupation, with the mean skill and educational level of the servants registered increasing with age relative to all Englishmen of the same age and trade. Alternatively, it is possible that no such selection bias is present in these data. The substantially higher proportions of adults able to sign compared with minors might then indicate that considerable numbers of men who earn their living in agriculture as husbandmen or laborers, learned to write their names after the school-leaving age. Furthermore, the comparisons offered from this evidence can bear only on changes in literacy that occurred in the late teens and after, because the youngest servants registered in significant numbers, as shown in Table 5.1, were already in their mid-teens. Therefore the increases in the percentages of the husbandmen and laborers able to sign, from 49% and 55% of the minors to 72% and 76% of the adults, respectively, would be lower bound estimates of the numbers who learned to sign through some type of informal education. 1.9 As noted above, the lack of full knowledge of the process by which the servants registered were drawn from the English population makes it impossible to draw firm inferences about the whole population from the sample of servants. However, the servant registrations do raise interesting questions. In this instance, they suggest the possibility that informal education may have been an important source of literary skills for men in some occupations in the mid-18th century. Thus far, the extent of informal education in pre-industrial England has eluded quantitative investigation. This indirect suggestion of its possible importance might serve as an added incentive to the search for data sources that bear more directly on the issue. Large regional differentials in the extent of literacy are known to have existed in pre-industrial England. 2.0 In one particular case, inhabitants of London, and to a lesser extent Middlesex, were generally more literate than those who lived elsewhere in England. 2.1 The two samples examined here are in large part dominated by servants who had their place of origin recorded as either London or Middlesex. Thus, although servants from a total of more than 40 English counties appear in each of the sets of registrations, those from London and Middlesex together make up 45% of all registrants in the earlier, and 35% in the later sample. 2.2 In view of the heavy representation of London and Middlesex in both samples, it is worth considering whether the favourable comparisons with the samples of non-metropolitan Englishmen seen above are the result of the differing geographic composition of the groups compared. Tables 5.4 and 5.5 indicate that this was not the case. In the earlier sample, the non-metropolitan servants actually tended to be more literate than those from London and Middlesex, as pooling the servants with skilled trades and crafts gives a non-metropolitan literacy rate of 57%, well above their London counterparts' 49%, whereas the non-metropolitan husbandmen and labourers had a 28% rate, compared with the London rate of 18%. Although neither of these differences is statistically significant, and therefore cannot reject the hypothesis that there was no difference in the literacy rates of servants from the London area and those from elsewhere, random samples of Englishmen from London and its surrounding area and from elsewhere in this period would presumably have found the metropolitan area residents to have been somewhat more literate than the others, and the absence of this expected relationship for the servants in the Middlesex registrations is of some interest. Specifically, it suggests the possibility that on average the natives of London indentured to serve in the colonies in this period were lower in economic status than their counterparts from elsewhere in England who had similar occupations. 2.3 In the later sample, the same geographic comparison reveals little difference in the literacy rates. Pooled estimates show the literacy rates of the skilled tradesmen and craftsmen from the capital and elsewhere to have been almost identical, at 81% and 80%, respectively. Husbandmen and laborers from the metropolitan area were more literate than those from elsewhere, 73% signed compared with 59% of the others. 74. The second problem raised at the outset of this chapter remains to be considered. What can the evidence of literacy tell us of the economic and social status of the servants who had no occupations recorded on their contracts? Table 5.6 presents the evidence for these servants from both samples. In the Middlesex sample, the proportion of the servants without additions able to sign was 37%, compared with 55% of the 75 skilled tradesmen and craftsmen and 28% of the husbandmen and laborers. 2. In the later London sample, 57% of the men not identified by trade signed, compared with 81% of the skilled tradesmen and craftsmen and 62% of the husbandmen and laborers. 6. The table also shows that in both samples the proportion of servants without additions who were able to sign rose considerably with age in the late teens. The evidence of both samples therefore tends to place the servants without additions closer in status to the agricultural and unskilled category of husbandmen and laborers than to the skilled tradesmen and craftsmen. The generally low literacy rates of the young men indicate that most had little formal education, and the increases in literacy that occurred in the group in the late teens suggest that many of these servants might have gone through a process of informal education upon entry into adulthood. That this investigation found to have been an apparent characteristic of the unskilled laborers and husbandmen of the London registrations. The tentative nature of this conclusion hardly needs emphasis. However, 76. Literacy and the occupations of the indentured servants. The evidence on literacy can be used to provide a stronger test of a more restricted hypothesis concerning the status of the men without additions. As noted in Chapter 3, Mildred Campbell argued that the servants without occupational terms could simply be assumed to have been a random sample of the whole population of the servants registered. To test this argument with respect to the ability to sign, the servants in each sample can simply be divided into those with and without additions. In the Middlesex sample, of servants who either signed or marked the contracts, 46% of the 250 men with additions signed, compared with 37% of the 382 without the occupational terms. In the London registrations, 76% of the 1,881 men with additions signed, while 57% of the 1,124 without additions signed. These differences provide direct support for the contention that the men without additions were not a random sample of the servant population. 2.7 In the absence of an occupational term, the ability to sign is the most direct indicator available in the registrations of the economic and social status of the servants. Although the status terms could have been omitted for more than a single reason, and the men without additions could have been drawn to some extent from the skilled as well as the unskilled, the evidence of literacy places them clearly below the average of the other men in their samples, and on average at a level of English society distinctly closer to the unskilled groups than to the skilled. One of our most important sources of information about the occupations of the indentured servants of the American colonial period has been two surviving collections of their contracts recorded in England before their departure. In investigating the skills the servants brought with them to the American colonies, the first use of these records was to analyze the servants' occupations recorded in them. The results of this analysis, presented in chapters 3 and 4, raised problems of interpretation that required more information. Using the collateral evidence of the servants' ability to sign their contracts, this study found that the evidence of literacy suggests that the great majority of the occupational additions were valid, and further that the servants in the registrations who had additions were of no lower status on average than other Englishmen of the same occupational groups. The evidence of literacy also indicated that the servants without occupational terms were not a random sample of all men registered, they were significantly less literate on average than the men registered with additions. The literacy rates of the servants without occupational terms placed them closer on average to the less skilled groups in England's population than to the skilled tradesmen and craftsmen. Thus the analysis of this chapter supports the conclusion that the 77 recorded occupational terms were generally accurate, and also suggests that many of the men registered without additions genuinely had no occupation or trade. The result of this analysis of the literacy of the indentured servants has therefore been to reinforce the results of the earlier investigation of their economic and social origins through analysis of their recorded occupations. This chapter has strengthened the conclusion that both the earlier historians who portrayed the indentured servants as a human cargo chiefly drawn from among England's unskilled and ignorant and the more recent scholars who depicted the servants as emigrants who came primarily from among the more prosperous and skilled groups in English society overstated their cases, for colonial America's bound immigrants were apparently drawn more evenly from a wider range of English society than either of these characterizations suggests. Although the precise distribution will never be known with confidence, the evidence analyzed in this study indicates that the indentured servants probably came in significant numbers from all levels of the broad segment of English society bounded at one end by the gentry, and at the other by the paupers. 78. Part 3. Migration and the transatlantic market for indentured servants. 6. Patterns of servant migration from England to America. The previous 4 chapters of this study used the evidence of the servant registrations to consider the sex and age distributions, occupational composition, and literacy of the servant population as a whole. This chapter examines the colonial destinations of the servants, and then compares the characteristics of the groups of servants bound for different colonial regions. The patterns that emerge will constitute basic observations for subsequent analysis of both the colonial market for servants and the colonial labor market as a whole. Determination of where the servants went is based on entries made on their contracts or the lists of registrations. Because these were made prior to embarkation, they constitute statements of intent rather than evidence of delivery. However, the records examined in this investigation were made by government functionaries acting upon legal authority, often with the specific intention of preventing fraud by either master or servant. Consequently, systematic falsification of these entries appears unlikely. Moreover, in the samples of actual contracts of service, all entries were enforceable by law, and servants sent to a colony other than that for which they had contracted could have appealed to the courts of the colony where they were delivered. In some cases they might have preferred the actual to the negotiated destination, and therefore chosen not to contest the change in destination. It is likely, however, that widespread fraud by merchants in the delivery of servants would have left a considerable legal record of colonial litigation. The absence of such a record suggests that the colonies recorded in the registrations were generally those to which the servants were sent. This conclusion does not mean that the registrations can invariably be taken to indicate the colony where the servant was sold. Even with good faith, this degree of precision is unlikely in view of the way the colonial shipping trade operated, as ships sometimes changed their original plans or stopped in a number of different colonial ports in search of return cargoes. Hints of the resulting uncertainty appear in the registrations. For example, some entries bound servants to serve in one of several colonies. Virginia or Maryland is the only case in which this occurred. FRE 81. Quently, but other combinations can be found in the registrations. As a result, in some cases the precise intended destinations of servants are not known. It is nonetheless likely that in most cases the specific colonies recorded in the registrations were the servants' actual destinations. Colonial destinations of the servants. Tabulations of the servants' recorded colonial destinations are presented in annual series, separately by sex, in Appendix I. An overview of this information is given in Tables 6.1 and 6.2, which present percentage distributions of the destinations of servants of each sex for those decades from which registrations are available. A number of clear trends emerge from these tabulations. Barbados was by far the most important single destination of the servants in the 1650s, the first decade the registrations cover. During that decade it received 70% of the men and 65% of the women registered. Its importance then fell sharply. The island received less than a quarter of both the men and women registered in the 1660s, and only about 1/10 of the servants of both sexes registered in the 1670s. Its share of the men recovered to about 1/5 of the total registered in the 1680s, but it ceased to be a quantitatively important destination thereafter, as from 1690 Barbados never received as much as 1/10 of the servants of either sex registered in any decade. Jamaica first appears as a major destination for servants during the 1680s, when it received more than a quarter of the men registered and just under a quarter of the women. The registrations also indicate that it was the only important West Indian servant importer in the mid-18th century, as it received about 1/5 and 3/5 of the men registered in the 1720s and 1730s, respectively, and continued to receive servants in the 1750s. The implication might be drawn that it probably remained an important destination for servants throughout the period between 1690 and 1720. Yet there is one piece of conflicting evidence from the registrations: the complete absence of Jamaica as a stated destination in the Liverpool registrations of 1697 to 1707. This has been cited as evidence that servants had stopped coming to Jamaica by the end of the 17th century. The large numbers of servants bound for Jamaica in the mid-18th century make it clear that the Liverpool list cannot be taken as a sign of the conclusion of Jamaica's importation of servants, but it does raise the question of whether there was a temporary halt at the turn of the C6NOF registered. Our analysis of the seasonality of the registrations of the nearly half of the total servants registered in Liverpool without stated destination suggests that most of these servants may actually have been bound for the West Indies. Appendix E presents the basis for this conclusion, which is drawn from a comparison of the seasonality of the Liverpool registrations with those of servants in other samples bound for different colonial regions. Although for reasons discussed in the appendix this evidence cannot be considered definitive, it does imply that the apparent sharp decline in West Indian servant imports at the close of the 17th century may never have occurred. The evidence of the later 18th century registrations indicates that Jamaica's servant imports did virtually cease sometime in the middle of the 18th century, as it received less than 0.5% of the men registered in the 1770s and none of the women. Among the other islands that received servants, Nevis was the only one that received a significant share of the servants bound in any period. It received the bulk of its servants in 2 decades, the 1660s and 1670s, when it received 18 and 16% of the men, respectively, and only slightly lower shares of the women. It virtually disappeared from the registrations after the 1680s. Antigua was second to Jamaica among West Indian destinations in the mid-18th century registrations, but received relatively small numbers of servants. St. Kitts received a trickle of servants in both the late 17th and early 18th centuries. The Chesapeake colonies were not only the most important mainland destination for servants, but also the most important destination overall in these samples. More than half the men and women in all the records considered were bound to serve in Maryland or Virginia. Together, they were the only destination to receive a significant share of the servants from each of the 6 samples analyzed, and in each of the decades covered by them from the 1650s through the 1770s. They are combined as a single destination in Tables 6.1 and 6.2, although the tabulations in Appendix I retain the individual colonies as given in the registrations. If the specific entries on servants' registrations are held to have been strictly accurate, Virginia was the destination of the great majority of those bound for the Chesapeake in the 1650s through the 1670s. The 2 colonies received roughly equal numbers of servants in the 1680s, and Maryland received the bulk of the 18th century Chesapeake registrants. This may have been the case. However, in some cases the names of the 2 colonies might have been recorded indifferently, and in several samples a significant number of servants were described as bound for either Virginia or Maryland. As there is only a minor loss in specificity from treating the Chesapeake as a unit, and a possible gain in accuracy, the 2 colonies will be combined in the following discussion. 2 of the other mainland colonies that imported servants, Pennsylvania was quantitatively the most important. It first appeared as a recorded destination in the 1680s, but only became a major importer in the 18th century. It received about 1/10 of the total men registered from the 1720s through the 1740s, and about 1/5 of the women in the same period. A number of other mainland colonies appear as destinations for small numbers of servants. New England received a small number of the servants registered in most periods. Carolina imported a few from the 1680s on, as did New Jersey and New York. Georgia accounted for a small number after the 1730s. A significant difference in the destinations of servants by sex appears in the registrations. Throughout the period covered, there was a persistent tendency for the share of the total men bound for the West Indies to be greater than the corresponding share of the women. This difference was apparently not caused by the migration of women to any single colony. In most decades, a larger share of the females than of the males was registered for the Chesapeake, and the same tended to be true of Pennsylvania in periods when it received significant numbers of servants. Thus, in a comparison of the sexes, men tended to be bound proportionately more often for the West Indies, and women more frequently for all major mainland destinations. A significant feature of the servant registrations for particular destinations is their distribution over the course of the year. It is likely that the registration of servants normally occurred close to the date of their departure. Merchants were responsible for all maintenance of the servants after the indenture was signed, and their costs were therefore positively related to the elapsed time between the servant's binding and the date of departure. 3. In addition, the longer the period between registration and sailing, the greater the opportunity for servants to doubt the wisdom of their decisions to emigrate, and the more numerous the chances for them to run away. It was therefore in the merchant's interest to ship his servants as soon as possible after binding them, both to minimize maintenance costs and to prevent the possible dwindling of his stock. In the large ports considered here, with a considerable volume of both ships and servants, the lag between registration and sailing was likely in most cases to have been short, and the date of registration can probably be used as a good indicator of the approximate date of departure. When the servant registrations are divided by colonial destination, two distinct seasonal patterns emerge. One of these is for servants bound for the West Indies. Percentage distributions of registrations for the West Indies by month, for the 4 samples that had significant numbers recorded, are shown in Table 6.3. Although the difference between months was generally not extreme, in the 17th century samples there was a persistent tendency for the number of registrations to be lowest during the months from June through September. A more pronounced pattern of seasonal variation appears in the 86. Chesapeake's registrations. Evidence of their distribution over the year from all 6 samples is given in Table 6.4. In the 17th century, shipments to the region apparently virtually ceased between December and June, and a high concentration of registrations occurred during the summer months. In the 3 earliest sets of registrations, the 4 months from July through October accounted for from 72 to 80% of the servants bound for Maryland and Virginia, and between 22 and 32% of all Chesapeake registrations in these samples were entered in the single peak month of August. The final 3 samples suggest that a change occurred over time in the seasonal pattern of Chesapeake registrations. The peak months and season apparently became progressively later in the year. Thus, although October was the single most important month for Chesapeake registrations in the Liverpool sample with 32% of the total, December was the most important in the London sample of 1,718 to 59 with 15%, and January was the peak in the final sample with 16%. The peak seasons shifted similarly, so that the summer months fell in importance, and first the fall, then the winter, gained in relative importance over time. In the Liverpool sample, the peak period occurred in the 4 months from October through January, which together accounted for 78% of all Chesapeake registrations. In the London sample of 1,718 to 59, the most important period consisted of the 4 months from November through February, when 54% of the servants were registered, and in the final sample 5 months, December through April, accounted for 64% of all Chesapeake registrations. The declining shares of the servants registered in the peak months and seasons points to another apparent tendency during the 18th century, namely, a shift toward a more even distribution of the Chesapeake registrations over the year. Several factors contributed to the marked seasonal patterns of the 17th century Chesapeake registrations. The first of these was the seasonality of the tobacco trade. English merchants trading for tobacco in the 17th century normally wanted their ships to arrive in the Chesapeake late in the fall, after the tobacco had been harvested, cured, and packed for shipment. For the 2 or 3 month voyage from England would put a late July, August, or September departure in port in Maryland or Virginia by October or November, in time to trade its cargo of servants for the first hogsheads of the tobacco trading season. The continuing high level of registrations in the following few months may have been due to another pattern described by Philip Alexander Bruce, as some merchants sent their ships to the Chesapeake somewhat later, to transport the tobacco that had not been ready for shipment earlier in the fall. 5. These merchants might have hoped to obtain tobacco at lower prices from planters still holding unsold crops after the height of the trading season. Another reason for the seasonal pattern of 17th century departures for the Chesapeake had to do with the nature of servants as an import. Edmund Morgan has pointed out that 17th century Virginia planters preferred to buy servants who arrived in the fall or early winter to avoid the worst of the summer months' hazards to the health of new white immigrants, known as seasoning, and that evidence from the 1660s makes it clear that by then English shippers had adjusted their schedules to comply with the colonists' wishes, which had been voiced as early as the 1630s. 6. Although Morgan's earliest cited evidence on the seasonality of deliveries is a letter of 1666, he speculates that the pattern of fall and winter arrivals had probably been fixed earlier, in the 1640s or 1650s. A breakdown of the monthly distribution of the Chesapeake servant registrations made in Bristol during 1655–66, shown in Table 6.5, provides strong evidence that the pattern of late-year arrivals was well established by 1655, thus in that year all of the 113 registrations for the Chesapeake were made in the months from July through November. A similar seasonality appears in the following years. 7. The progressive modification of the seasonal pattern of Chesapeake registrations that is apparent in the 18th century samples may have been due in part to the recognition of the declining importance of seasonal mortality. 8. The change in the pattern apparently made the 18th century servant trade in the Chesapeake coincide more closely with the slave trading season, which was concentrated in the period from late spring to the end of summer. The seasonality of the latter may have resulted in part from concern for the African's health, and the belief that the cold of fall and winter could be lethal to new arrivals. 9. However, a different and perhaps more important consideration, which would have extended to servants as well, may have been that described by Governor Jennings of Virginia in a letter written to the Board of Trade in 1709. In discussing seasonal variation in the price of newly imported slaves, Jennings noted, "When Negroes come in about the beginning of the summer, the planters are abundantly more fond of them, and will give greater price for them, because they are sure of the advantage of their labor in that year's crop, whereas Negroes bought at the latter end of the year, are of little service till the next spring, and this is the true reason of that difference of price." 10. Because slaves were put to work upon arrival, the peak demand for them in the Chesapeake was the season of peak effective demand for labor, the months from the planting season through the harvest. The same consideration might have caused the shift seen in the seasonality of the servant trade to the Chesapeake. Both the tendency toward equalization of the distribution of the trade over the year and the tendency, implied by the shift in the peak season, for ships to arrive at times other than those when the tobacco crop had just been prepared for shipment may have been symptoms of the increasing diversification and complexity of the Chesapeake economy in the 18th century. That the seasonal variation of West Indian registrations was smaller in magnitude than that of those for the Chesapeake was probably due to the calendar of sugar production. In the British West Indies, the sugar cane was normally harvested over a relatively long period, beginning in January and running through June or July. As the cane was cut, it was milled, boiled, and then drained for about a month. The brown muscovado usually exported by English planters was then packed into hogsheads, ready for export. 1 Captains leaving England in the late fall, winter, or spring months may have hoped to receive export cargoes of sugar in return for their servants with a minimum of delay, and to complete their round trip in time to avoid the hurricane season, which began in August and continued until fall. 1-2. Differences in characteristics of the servant population by colonial destination. With an outline of the changing destinations of the servants over time established, it is possible to consider the identification of more specific 91 patterns within the flows of the servants' migration. Comparison of the ages of servants bound for different destinations indicates that men bound to serve in the West Indies tended to be consistently older on average than those bound for the mainland. Comparing the two groups of all men registered for the islands and those registered for the mainland in the three samples that had significant numbers bound for both regions, the difference in mean ages was 3.5 years in the London sample of 1683 to 86, 1.2 in that of Middlesex from 1683 to 84, and 1.8 in the London sample of 1718-59. 1-3 differences in the mean ages of the servants bound for the individual colonies within each of these broad regions are generally small and not consistent between samples. The major result that appears from the examination of servant migration by age is therefore the considerable and persistent age differences that existed on average between men bound for the West Indies and the mainland. It is of particular interest to the study of the colonial labor market to analyze the distribution of servants among the colonies by occupation. In doing this, the 9 categories used in the earlier occupational analysis proved too detailed, and a broader categorization was needed. 1-4 The occupational categories were therefore aggregated into the 2 categories of skilled and unskilled in the manner suggested earlier. Table 6.6 shows the proportions of all men bound for the major destinations in each sample made up of those in skilled occupations, according to the definitions set out in Chapter 4. Comparison of the proportions of skilled servants by colony produces a notable result. With the exception of the Bristol registrations of 1654 to 61, in each of the samples from which the West Indies received a significant number of servants, a higher proportion of the total men bound for West Indian destinations was made up of skilled servants than of those bound for the mainland. 1-5 The same result appears in comparisons of the largest individual West Indian and mainland importers by sample, as the share of the skilled among migrants to the leading West Indian destinations tended to be greater than among those bound for the principal destinations on the mainland. The differences underlying these conclusions were generally considerable. The share of the skilled among all men bound for the West Indies was 20% greater than the corresponding share of the mainland imports in the Bristol registrations of 1684 to 86, 35% greater for the Middlesex registrations of 1683 to 84, and 35% greater for the London registrations of 1718 to 59. 1-6 Corresponding differences in the share of the skilled in servant imports appear in comparisons between the major individual colonial destinations in the West Indies and on the mainland. Pooling the 2 sets of registrations from the 1680s, those from Bristol and Middlesex, reveals that the skilled made up 24% and 20% greater shares of male. 92. Servants bound for Barbados and Jamaica, respectively, than for the Chesapeake in the period. 1-7 The share of skilled registrants among men bound for Jamaica in London during 1718 to 59 was 48% greater than the skilled share of men bound for the Chesapeake. 1-8 The effective skill differences between the servant populations bound for the West Indies and those migrating to the Chesapeake may have been even greater than these comparisons suggest, for 2 reasons. One is that 93. There was a consistent tendency for the skilled servants bound for the West Indies to be older on average than those bound for the mainland. Thus, pooling all the skilled categories, the mean age of the skilled men bound for West Indian destinations in the Middlesex registrations of 1683 to 4 was 24.3 years, whereas that of those bound for the mainland was 23.7. The mean age of skilled men bound for the West Indies in the London sample of 1718 to 59 was 22.9, compared with 21.9 for those bound for the mainland. 1-9 The significance of these age differentials may have been considerable for men concentrated in the late teens and early 20s, ages at which productivity was rising rapidly for those in skilled trades. 20 The skilled servants bound for the West Indies may therefore have been significantly more productive on average than those classed as skilled who migrated to the mainland. The second possible source of understatement in the above comparisons of the skill composition of servants by region of destination results from the neglect to this point of female servants. Women bound as servants were virtually always registered in England without occupational descriptions. Little evidence is available on the jobs female servants performed in the colonies, but it is likely that some worked in the fields, while some worked in household occupations. 21. The typical relative proportions in the two types of work are not known, nor is it clear whether most of the latter jobs would be classified as skilled or unskilled. It does seem likely that on average the women bound for a given destination at any time would have been less skilled than the men. If this was the case, the fact noted earlier in this chapter that, in comparison with men, women were always disproportionately bound for mainland rather than West Indian destinations would imply that the comparisons presented above based on an analysis of the skill differentials of male servants bound for the two regions would understate the true skill differentials that existed in total servant flows. Although incomplete evidence concerning the possible skills of the women makes firm estimates impossible, upper-bound estimates of the effect of including women are presented in Table 6.6. The final column of the table shows the share of skilled men in total servants bound for each destination under the assumption that all female servants were unskilled. In some cases the possible effects resulting from the inclusion of women are considerable. In the Bristol registrations of 1654-61, the share of the skilled among all registrants for Barbados now becomes 6% greater than the share of the skilled among those bound for the Chesapeake. In the pooled registrations of the 1680s, the share of Jamaica's registrants made up of skilled servants is now 40% greater than that of the Chesapeake's, and the share of Barbados registrants who had skills is fully 58% greater than that of the Chesapeake's. In the 94. Patterns of servant migration from England to America. London registrations of 1718-59, Jamaica's skilled share rises to 55% greater than that of the Chesapeake's. 22. It must of course be kept in mind that these are upper-bound estimates of the skill differences of servant flows to the two regions that could result from the inclusion of women in the analysis, and therefore may overstate the true effect. Yet it does appear likely that the disproportionate numbers of women bound for the mainland throughout the colonial period would have tended to lower the skilled share of all servants bound for the mainland in comparison with the West Indies. 23. The number and distribution over time of the indentured servant registrations on which this investigation is based make them useful both in describing the changing distribution of the servant population among the colonies between the middle of the 17th century and the third quarter of the 18th and in indicating the typical differences between the servants bound for different destinations. The registrations suggest that over time the principal destinations of servants in the West Indies changed, as first Barbados, then Nevis, and finally Jamaica left the market for servants, so that by the 1770s the region had virtually ceased to import English servants. In contrast, on the mainland a single area, the Chesapeake colonies of Maryland and Virginia, remained the most important destination for servants throughout the whole period covered by the registrations, with Pennsylvania also becoming an importer on a significant scale in the early 18th century. The characteristics of the servant populations bound for West Indian and mainland destinations differed considerably. Throughout the period covered by the registrations, servants migrating to the West Indies were disproportionately made up of males, whereas females tended to be bound for the mainland. From at least the 1680s through the middle of the 18th century, the men who went to the West Indies were older on average than those bound for the mainland. In the same period, men who migrated to the West Indies were also more likely to have some occupational skills than men who went to the mainland. The principal remaining task of this study is to explain these patterns. This will be done through an exploration of the labor markets that produced them. The analysis will be carried out in two parts. The first, which examines the market for indentured servants that linked Britain and the American colonies, involves the isolation and investigation of some of the principal factors influencing the demand for, and supply of, servants. The second part will then consider the colonial labor market as a whole, in order to place the role of the indenture system in perspective. The central issue will be the interaction of indentured labor with free and slave. 95. Labor. Analysis of this will focus on the similarities and differences between the three types, including a consideration of both the conditions under which substitution was possible between them and the degree to which the factors identified as important influences in the market for servants had similar or differential effects in the markets for the other types of labor available to the colonial economy. 96. 7. Indentured servitude and the market evaluation of human capital. Indentured servitude was a credit system under which human labor was leased. It functioned through two markets linked by a recruiting agent. In England, in the first market, a prospective servant signed a contract, or indenture, with a merchant, promising to serve the latter or his assigns in a particular colony for a given period under stated conditions. The servant was then transported to the specified colonial destination, where the merchant or his representative sold his contract to a colonial planter or farmer in the second market. In return for the commitment of his labor, the servant received passage to the designated colony, maintenance during the term of the contract, and certain freedom dues at its conclusion. Once signed, the indenture was negotiable property, and at any time before its conclusion the servant could be sold to a new master for the balance of his term. When the contract expired, the servant became free. The conditions of servitude were regulated by colonial statutes as well as by specific agreements written into the contracts. The terms of the contract were binding upon both master and servant. The indenture system normally operated within a context of competitive markets in both England and the colonies. In the colonies, the sale of servants was usually done on shipboard shortly after arrival in port. The sales were open to all comers, as servants were generally sold individually to colonial merchants or more often directly to the planters who needed workers to grow their crops or to do the skilled work of their plantations. The presence of large numbers of recruiting entrepreneurs in the major ports made the British market for indentures highly competitive as well. At least 2,871 different recruiters are listed in the servant registrations made in Bristol during 1654–86, the names of 208 and 399 different individuals appear in the lists made in Middlesex and London, respectively, during the 1680s, and 170 recruiters appear in the contracts registered in London during 1718–59. The trade in servants was a natural one for merchants who imported sugar, tobacco, rice, and other agricultural products from the colonies to engage in, for servants could be exchanged directly for. 97. Colonial produce. The servant trade was basically a return haul operation, yet it was apparently a relatively lucrative one to English shippers involved in the colonial trade. As a result, merchants competed actively for recruits. There were no legal barriers to entry into the trade, and for merchants or captains already engaged in the colonial trade, economic barriers to entry were small, for the additional investment required to indenture and transport servants was not great. The colonial planter's demand for indentured servants was based on his calculation of the discounted value of their net future earnings, after deducting the expected costs of the servant to him. The present value of the servant to the planter therefore depended upon the expected value of the servant's output in each year of the contract, the expected costs of maintenance, supervision, and training for the servant during each year of the term, the discount rate, and the value of the freedom dues to be paid to the servant. The expected value of the servant's output depended not only on the planter's estimate of the servant's productivity and expectations of the future prices of the goods he produced, but also on the probability of the servant's surviving and remaining in the master's service in each year of the term. The determinants of the value of a servant to a master are the same basic considerations that enter into the derivation of a free worker's age-wealth profile. Yet the difference in institutions meant that whereas for free workers evidence on flows of income and costs is used to calculate the implied values of capital stocks, in the case of servants these calculations were performed by planters, who based their demand for stocks of bound labor for fixed terms on their calculations involving the relevant flows of earnings and costs. Therefore, like the slave market, the market for indentured labor produced explicit capital values, and the flows underlying these must be inferred. The institutional arrangements that provided for the ownership of human capital for discrete periods also produced potential differences between the patterns of human capital values under indentured servitude and those implicit in the operation of free labor markets. An advantage of the indenture system to the planter relative to the hiring of free workers was the greater degree of control it gave him over the servant's time and effort once the bargain was made. Because the servant would have been compensated for his loss of freedom, in the absence of uncertainty the price of indentured human capital would have been higher than that of free workers. 5. In practice, however, uncertainty makes the direction of the inequality between these prices unpredictable without additional information, for it cannot be determined a priori whether the insurance value of the contracts was normally greater to the planter or the servant. 6. There were a number of potentially variable dimensions to the contracts. These included the length of the term for which the servant was 98 bound and the amount of freedom dues he was to receive. Provisions could be inserted into the contracts for cash payments to be made to the servant, either as an initial lump sum or as a salary during the course of the contract. Restrictions might also be placed on the kind of work the servant could be required to perform. The determination of these variables should have depended on the servant's expected net productivity in the colonies. The higher the individual's productivity, caeteris paribus, potentially the shorter the term, the higher the freedom dues, the higher the probability of cash payments, and the larger their amount, and the more favorable the working conditions. The indenture was the outcome of a process of bargaining between the prospective servant and a recruiter competing with other merchants for the servant's business. There is evidence that many potential servants were sufficiently well informed about currently available offers that they refused to accept inferior bargains. 7. All servants who migrated to America incurred debts of similar value. Contemporary fare quotations indicate that the charges for passage from England to America were uniform at a given time for all individuals and did not vary by specific colonial destination, and maintenance costs and freedom dues varied little across individuals. 8. As a result, every servant contract was a promise to repay approximately the same sum of money. Therefore the present discounted value of every servant's contract should have been approximately the same at the time of binding. Because the productivity of servants varied, the conditions of their indentures had to vary. The higher the servant's marginal value product above the cost of his maintenance, the faster he could repay the loan made to him, and the shorter the term of the contract. The length of indenture across servants should therefore have been negatively correlated with individual productivity, or equivalently, with the market valuation of the current flow of income generated by the individual's stock of human capital. Strictly, if costs had been precisely the same for all servants, all should have been bound on conditions that would yield the same expected price on arrival in the colonies. This of course does not imply that no variation should have occurred in the realized auction prices of servants in the colonies, for random disturbances between the time of binding and auction, such as illnesses of servants during the voyage, or changes in the prices of colonial outputs, could have produced differences between actual and expected prices. What the analysis does imply, however, is that if the market for contracts of servitude was efficient, variation in servants' auction prices should have been uncorrelated with all the characteristics of the servants that were known at the time of making the indenture bargain in England. 9. Very little evidence of the prices of newly arrived servants at colonial. 99. Auctions has survived. From the entire colonial period the only known complete records of auctions of English servants come from the accounts of two ships, the Tristram and Jean, which sold 68 servants in Virginia in late 1636 or early 1637, and the Abraham, which sold 56 servants in Barbados in January 1637. 10. Although there was a substantial range in the prices paid for individual servants from both ships, the listings of the amounts paid for the servant show that both the median and modal prices of both men and women were identical, 500 pounds of tobacco, in both auctions. Thus, although as will be seen both sex and colonial destination had a significant effect on the length of servants' indentures, the available evidence, although limited, suggests that neither may have affected the initial colonial auction prices of the servants. This is consistent with the hypothesis that the variable dimensions of the contract were adjusted in view of the servants' characteristics so as to make the expected auction prices of all servants the same. A comparison of the auction prices of servants with the simple cost of passage reveals relatively little difference between them. The modal price of £500 of tobacco observed in the auctions was 11% greater than the fare 2 free passengers each paid for passage to Virginia on the Tristram and Jean on the same voyage as the servants, and 4% above the fare quoted elsewhere for passage from England to Maryland in 1638. 1-2 that in these cases the typical auction prices tended to be higher than the fare alone may have been due to the cost of recruiting servants, or to the existence of a premium received by merchants for bearing the risk of servant mortality on the ocean voyage. Related evidence on the nature of the labor market equilibrium in the colonies that induced flows of labor from England is available from surviving valuations of indentured servants recorded in Maryland for probate courts. The mean price of 28 male servants with 4 remaining years of servitude recorded on Maryland's lower western shore during 1704–57 was £8.95, with a median of £9 and a mode of £10, and the mean price of 19 females with 4 years remaining was £7.75, with a median of £8 and a mode of £10. 1-3 The typical marginal cost to an English merchant of delivering servants to the colonies cannot be estimated precisely, but probably fell within a range bounded at the lower end by £5, the usual cost of passage, and at the upper end by the £10 estimated by Abbott Emerson Smith as the maximum expense of delivery. 1-4 The evidence of the probate valuations, although again limited in quantity, suggests that the central tendency of the colonial price of servants did fall within this range, and therefore offers additional support for the hypothesis that the price of a servant's indenture in the colonies was equal to the marginal cost of delivering labor there from England. A number of other considerations relating to the adjustment of the 100 bargain deserve mention. 1 is the role of mortality. The smaller the probability of a servant's surviving a given year of his term, the lower his expected net earnings and, caeteris paribus, the less favorable the terms of the contract he would be able to sign. This is true whether the mortality in question is that during the Atlantic crossing, when the merchant bore the risk, or that after arrival in the colonies, when the planter had purchased the contract and assumed the risk. 1-5 A second factor with a similar effect was the possibility of a servant failing to serve out his term for a reason other than death, principally running away. All the colonies enacted legislation intended to discourage servants from running away. Of these, some were preventive measures, others punitive. Although some colonies provided for corporal, and even capital, punishment for runaways, the most common penalty was extension of the servant's contract by some multiple of the time he was absent. 1-6 A standard provision of the contract, the servant's freedom dues, constituted a non-vested pension and therefore also acted to discourage servants from running away. Although the form and worth of the dues varied across colonies and over time, they were often of substantial value, and could have constituted a significant deterrent to servants who considered escaping from their masters. 1-7 Servants were not allowed to marry during their terms. Because, by English practice, the expense of raising the illegitimate children of servants fell on the county, colonial legislation provided that the father should be discovered by the oath of the mother, and that he should reimburse the county for the expense of rearing the child until it could be bound out to work. As servants could not normally pay this sum, either the master would pay it and the servant's term would be extended, or the servant would be bound over to the county for an additional period after the conclusion of his normal term, to be sold for the necessary amount. The mother's term was also extended to reimburse the master for her lost working time. An element nearly always negotiated by the servant and the merchant, the servant's destination, also had a bearing on the other terms of the indenture. Mortality rates were considerably higher in the island colonies, and work conditions harsher, and many servants were willing to accept longer terms in the mainland colonies. 1-8 It is also possible that deficiency legislation, enacted by West Indian colonies to increase the proportion of whites in the population, might have been effective to some extent. The laws took a number of forms. One type attempted to provide cost incentives to merchants to ship servants to the islands. An example is a Jamaican Act of 1681 freeing any ship bringing 50 servants from port dues. Another type of act, first used in 1679 in Antigua, attempted to stimulate local demand for servants, either by assessing fines on planters. 101. Who failed to maintain a minimum ratio of white to black laborers, or by forcing planters to accept servants from the island government at a fixed price. 19. Although the degree of the law's success was limited, apparently because the size of the incentives they typically provided was not great, both the reduction in merchants' costs and the increase in planters' demand for servants would have had the same tendency in a competitive market, specifically to reduce the terms of servants sent to the islands. The first effect, by lowering costs, would have meant that merchants would indenture servants for a shorter term at a given colonial price, and the second, by raising local prices, that servants would be bound for a shorter term at a given level of costs. Thus the result of both types of act would have been to reduce the terms of servants sent to the West Indies. Analysis of the length of indenture, empirical results. The principal sources of quantitative evidence bearing on the market for English servants in the American colonies are the servant contracts recorded and held in English courts. The two largest surviving collections, from Middlesex during 1683-4 and London during 1718-59, will be analyzed here. The principal variable analyzed is the length of the indenture. Furthermore, this analysis is concerned only with the minors in both samples, who comprise 22% of the servants with known ages in the earlier, and 67% in the later, sample. The selection of the variable to be analyzed and of the subsample of the minors follows from consideration of the evidence of the contracts. It is clear that 4 years was the normal duration of an adult's indenture in both samples, yet for a combination of legal and clerical reasons a full account of all the conditions of adult servitude does not appear to have been recorded in either set of indent years. 20 for the minors in both samples, however, the full conditions do appear to have been recorded, and the duration of the contract appears to have been the chief variable dimension of the agreements. Provisions for extraordinary freedom dues and restrictions on the servants' occupations in the colonies rarely appear in either collection of contracts. Although it is uncertain whether payments were recorded in all cases in which they were made, less than 7% of the contracts in the earlier sample record cash payments for either minors or adults. Cash payments made to adults do not generally appear to have been recorded in the later sample, but the contracts of the minors, in which they appear to have been recorded conscientiously, show that fewer than 6% received cash payments. A notable feature of the payments recorded in both samples is that virtually all, 95% in the earlier, and 97% in the later, sample, were made to servants bound for 4 years. Insofar as payments 102 were made and recorded, analysis of the characteristics of the servants who received them reinforces the results obtained from the analysis of the length of indenture. 21 The evidence of both samples therefore suggests that for minors the greatest variation in the conditions of indenture occurred in the duration of the term of servitude, whereas for adults this was not the case, as 4 years was both the standard term for adults and normally the minimum assigned. 2 For adults, cash payments were apparently substituted for reductions in the term of servitude below 4 years. The analysis presented earlier in this chapter suggested that a servant's term of indenture would be inversely related to the market valuation of his stock of human capital. According to the analysis, the length of the term would therefore constitute an index of the value of the servant's human capital. This index can be specified as a function of a number of observable characteristics, provided by the contracts, of the individual servants and their bargains, which are all potentially relevant to the determination of the present value of the servant's stock of human capital. These include the servant's age, sex, literacy, occupation, and colonial destination. When this relationship is estimated by multiple regression analysis, the estimating equation differs from the common hedonic method of price analysis only in the use of an index for price. 23. The estimated coefficients of the independent variables age, sex, literacy, and occupation can be interpreted as the marginal prices paid for servants' characteristics in units of the index, whereas those of destinations represent compensating differentials between regions. 24. Table 7.1 presents a number of the basic relationships underlying the market valuation of human capital in the market for servants. In both samples the length of indenture was negatively related to both age and skill, with other things equal, servants with skilled occupations and those able to sign received shorter terms. Women received shorter terms than men, caeteris paribus, and servants bound for the West Indies received shorter terms than those bound for the North American mainland. A comparison of the estimated coefficients of the sex variable across samples indicates that on average women received considerably larger reductions in their terms in the 1680s than in the 18th century. The implied decline in the premium for females is not surprising in view of the generally declining colonial sex ratios during this period, for while women may have been preferred for some kinds of household work and light farming, their increasing relative availability in most colonies would be expected to lower the size of the implicit wage differentials they received. 25. Table 7.2 provides a more detailed analysis of the length of indenture for the later sample, allowing separate age profiles of the length of 103. Indenture by sex and skill. It reveals that whereas there was a tendency for women to receive indentures from 5 to 15% shorter than those of men through the age of 17, for servants aged 18 to 20 there was no statistically significant difference in the length of term by sex. In a suggestive parallel result, Robert Fogel and Stanley N. German have found that, excluding the value of childbearing, the net earnings of female slaves in the 19th century South were greater than those of men under the age of 18, apparently as a result of the more rapid physical maturation of women. 26. The sex differentials in the terms of young indentured servants might have resulted from the same source. The results of Table 7.1 indicate that premiums for skills were reflected in the length of servants' indentures, in both samples, with other things equal, servants identified as possessing skilled trades and those able to sign their contracts received reductions in their terms. The more detailed specification of the occupations presented in Table 7.1 for the London sample 27 indicates that the marginal premium paid for servants in each of 4 occupational categories, farmers, service occupations, metal and construction crafts, and clothing and textile trades, was virtually the same. 28. That skilled artisans were more highly valued than other servants is not surprising in view of the abundance of contemporary testimony to this effect. An example appears in a letter sent in 1676 by Christopher Jafferson of St. Kitts to his cousin in London: "If you can procure me a carpenter or 2, and 1 or 2 masons, they will be very serviceable. I pray you hearken out for such, and for a joiner, such servants are as gold in these parties." 29. Agricultural skills could equally be prized, as in 1761 Samuel Martin wrote from Antigua to his English merchants that "I am in great want of English serfs who are bred to husbandry, for they make ye best planters." 30. Unskilled laborers received terms longer than servants with skilled occupations, but shorter than those with no recorded occupations. 31. The latter result may indicate that some premium was paid for the laborer's work experience. Economists have devoted considerable attention to the analysis of the relationship between productivity and age, and have accumulated much evidence on the association between age and wages in recent periods. Less is known of the nature of this relation in past times. It is therefore of some interest to consider in more detail the implications of the estimated relationships between age and length of indenture for the age/earnings profiles of servants. 32. Table 7.3 presents estimates of the relative annual net earnings of servants by age for unskilled and skilled men in the London registrations of 1718 to 59. The calculations are based on the assumption that the expected colonial sale price of each individual's contract was equal to the constant marginal cost of delivering servants to the colonies. 33. The relationship between age and net earnings is assumed to have been 107. Table 7.3. Estimated relative net annual earnings of servants by age, 1718 to 59. Unskilled, skilled. Age. Mean net annual earnings. Relative net earnings. Age. Mean net annual earnings. Relative net earnings. 19.12 pounds and 1 penny. 0.742 18.42 pounds and 39 pence. 0.413 19.72 0.20 0.812 19.22 0.86 0.495 20.42 0.36 0.871 20.13 0.32 21.22 0.52 21.04 0.08 22.02 0.60 0.959 21.94 22.73 22.92 0.711 0.000 22.95 0.781 0.000 Source, calculated from Table 7.2 and Note 34, Chapter 7. See text for procedure. The unskilled profile is calculated from the basic age profile of Table 7.2, that of the skilled from the basic age profile combined with the skilled coefficients. Linear, making average net productivity during the term equal to net productivity at the term's midpoint. The estimates of average net productivity are derived from the following formulation of the mean present value of the contracts of servants of age at the beginning of the term, where NP equals expected mean annual net productivity during the term, NA equals mean length of term for servants entering indent years at age A, W equals mean annual wage payments made to servants during the term, and R equals discount rate. To solve for the value OLNP for each entering cohort, the mean present value of the contracts was set equal to £10, an estimate of the marginal cost of delivering servants to the colonies. The mean age of each group at the time of binding was taken as the recorded age plus 1/2 year to allow for the rounding of age upon registration. The mean length of term by age was derived from the coefficients of Table 7.2, and the mean annual wage payments for skilled servants were taken directly from the indenture contracts. 34. The estimates were made with a discount rate of 10%. The estimates of Table 7.3, which indicate that the net earnings profile of skilled servants was steeper than that of the unskilled, are consistent with the normal positive relationship between the steepness of age/earnings profiles and investment in training. 35. The ages at which the servants considered here were bound, between 15 and 20, were prime. 108. Ones for training in a wide variety of skilled crafts in pre-industrial England, through either apprenticeship or less formal arrangements. It is therefore not surprising that the net productivity of those in skilled trades rose rapidly during this period of the life cycle. Skilled servants received a considerable premium at every age, even at 15, a skilled servant received a term 21% shorter on average than his unskilled counterpart. The existence of a sizable premium at such an early age could have been due in part to differences in the relative average work experience of the skilled and unskilled. Thus, possession of a skilled trade at any age implied prior work experience. The age of entry into the labor force for those men registered without occupations cannot be determined, but it is possible that the typical age of entry for the unskilled into employment was that at which English boys normally left home to live in service, roughly 15. If this were the case, work experience and acquired on-the-job training might have accounted for a significant portion of the premium for skilled workers. This would particularly be true for the younger servants, as the relative level of work experience of a skilled to an unskilled worker would be greatest at the lower ages observed here, and would decline with age thereafter. That the ratio of skilled to unskilled net earnings increased with age would appear to be strong evidence of the presence of formal training for those in the skilled group. An interesting feature of the relative age/net earnings profile of the unskilled shown in Table 7.3 is its close resemblance to those obtained by Fogel and Engerman for unskilled male slaves in the southern United States during 1790 to 1860. 3.6. In view of the considerable differences between these samples with respect to such variables as the location of the workers and the crops they cultivated, the similarity of the shapes of the profiles might suggest the importance of physiological factors, particularly the rate of physical maturation, in determining the change in the productivity of unskilled workers with age under conditions of plantation agriculture in the 18th and 19th centuries. The relatively small premium paid for the ability to sign in the later sample may have been due to both the abundance of literate servants and high literacy rates in the colonies. Christopher Jafferson had written from St. Kitts as early as 1681 that he would give wages to servants who were skilled craftsmen, then added, "For one that can handle his pen, he may deserve as much, but we seldom give it, because such men are more plenty." 37. The decline in the size of the reduction of the term deriving from the ability to sign between the dates of the two samples, from about 7 months on average to only 1 month, may have resulted in part from a considerable increase in literacy among the servants, as only 35% signed their contracts in the earlier sample compared with 67% in the later one. 38. 109. In both samples, with individual characteristics constant, servants bound for the West Indies tended to receive shorter terms than those bound for mainland colonies. The differences could be considerable. In the 1680s, the estimated marginal difference in the term of a servant bound for Barbados rather than Maryland was 9 months, and the difference between Antigua and Maryland in the 18th century, with the price of sugar at its mean for the period, was more than 8 months. That servants who emigrated to the West Indies received shorter terms to compensate them for their choice is consistent with the fact that both working conditions for servants and economic opportunities for freedmen were known to be poor in the islands after the introduction of large-scale sugar cultivation in the second half of the 17th century, with its attendant gang labor and consolidation of small farms into large estates, whereas the mainland long continued to be thought of as a land of opportunity for poor immigrants, where freed servants could hope to own land and become prosperous members of society. Thus, for example, in 1683 Christopher Jafferson wrote in regard to the chronic difficulty of obtaining servants for the West Indies that Carolina and Pennsylvania are the refuge of the sectaries, and are in such repute, that men are more easily induced to be transported thither than to the islands. 39. A persistent theme of West Indian complaints appeared in a 1675 petition sent to the King of England by the Council and Assembly of Barbados. In former times we were plentifully furnished with Christian servants from England. But now we can get few English, having no lands to give them at the end of their time, which formerly was their main allurement. 40. The higher mortality rates of the West Indian colonies decreased their servants' expected productivity and made servants reluctant to go to the region, but in conjunction with the high productivity of labor in sugar production acted to raise the demand for new flows of replacement immigrant labor. That servants bound for the West Indies received terms shorter than those bound for the mainland in spite of the higher mortality rates in the islands implies that in both the periods covered by these samples the marginal productivity of labor was higher in the West Indies than in the mainland colonies. With the servant's choice of destination capable of accounting for such large differences in the length of indenture, there can be little surprise at Abbot Emerson Smith's finding, concerning prospective English emigrants' knowledge of available bargains, that most striking of all evidences is that which shows servants preferring one colony over another. 41. These were not casual preferences, for their cost to many servants was high. Both the decline in the intercept between samples and the estimated negative time trend of the later sample indicate a secular decline in the length of indenture. The direction of change is consistent with a number of 110 long-term trends, including rising reservation wages of servants resulting from rising real wages in England between the mid-1680s and the middle of the 18th century, falling real shipping costs, and declining colonial mortality rates, which could have produced a secular increase in the colonial demand for labor. 42. The negative estimated trend in the length of indenture further indicates the presence of a secular increase in real wages in the colonies during the period spanned by these two samples. Some seasonal patterns in the length of indenture appear in the results of Table 7.2. For the West Indies, the results suggest that, other things being equal, servants bound in March received considerably shorter terms than those bound in the later summer and fall. Servants bound for the mainland, most of whom were destined for Maryland or Virginia, whose indentures were signed between June and November received sizable reductions in their terms relative to servants bound in winter and spring. In both cases, the observed seasonal effects on the length of indenture may have been related to the sugar and tobacco regions' respective calendars of staple crop production. The seasonality of production could have affected not only the colonial demand for labor, but also the costs involved in supplying servant labor in the colonies. The shipping patterns resulting from the timing of the harvests dictated that the greatest amount of backhaul space was available for servants bound for the West Indies in the winter and spring, and for those bound for the Chesapeake colonies in the summer and early fall. As servants were provided with food and lodging from the time they signed their contracts, the costs of delivering a servant to the colonies may have declined in peak shipping seasons because the more frequent departures of ships reduced the average waiting time in port between binding and sailing. The lower costs of the peak seasons could therefore have resulted in shorter indentures for servants bound in peak seasons than for those bound in slack shipping months. 43. Another potential source of variation in the length of indenture was annual changes in the colonial demand for labor. The results presented in Table 7.2 indicate that the lagged annual average price of Muscovado sugar in London had a significant and negative effect on the length of indentures of servants bound for the West Indies during 1718-59. The estimated effect of a change in the price of sugar from its minimum to its maximum in the period with other things equal was a reduction of about 5 months in the term of indenture. The sign of this effect would be the one predicted if, as appears to have been the case, high sugar prices normally resulted from high levels of demand for sugar rather than reductions in supply, for high sugar prices would then have tended to produce high demand for labor and, caeteris paribus, to shorten terms. 44. The price paid for human capital in the colonial American market for indentured servants varied systematically with respect to factors that influenced the productivity of the servants. All servants incurred debts of similar value in emigrating to the colonies and sold claims on their future labor, in the form of indentures, to repay these debts. Characteristics that raised the expected productivity of servants in the American colonies raised the market valuation of their human capital, and therefore shortened the term for which the servant was bound. Thus servants with skilled trades and those able to sign received shorter terms than the unskilled and illiterate of similar age and sex. Women were found to have received shorter terms than men until the age of 18, perhaps because of their earlier physical maturation. The results also indicated that servants bound for the West Indies received shorter terms in compensation for their undesirable destinations. Servants bound during peak shipping seasons were found to have received reduced terms, perhaps as a result of shorter average waiting time prior to departure in those months when return haul cargo space was most abundant. Finally, the length of the indentures of servants bound for the West Indies was found to have varied inversely with the price of sugar, suggesting that increases in the colonial demand for labor shortened the term of servitude. The estimates presented in this chapter provide concrete evidence about the nature of the choices prospective servants faced when considering whether to leave England as bound emigrants. The estimated coefficients of the independent variables are in this sense the prices servants paid, in years and months of servitude, for their decisions to travel to America, as well as for such related choices as when to go and where to serve. The present research has also indicated that the outcomes produced by the market for indentured servants are consistent with the implications derived from the analysis of identifiable economic forces operating within the context of a competitive market for servants. The success achieved both by the regression analysis of the length of indenture presented in this chapter and by the parallel analysis of cash payments made to servants presented in Appendix F provides considerable support for the contention that servants in these samples typically entered indenture contracts voluntarily, by bargaining individually with merchants. The results indicate that merchants adjusted the term of service for minors, and the size of cash payments for adults, in view of the cost of transportation to America and the price the servant was expected to bring in the colonies. If coercion had played an important part in the recruiting process, merchants would have had no need to give more valuable servants preferable bargains in the form of wages or shorter terms. That they did so indicates that they lacked the ability to force all servants into uniformly long terms. 112. One reason for this inability was clearly the competition among large numbers of English merchants for recruits. The results of this investigation therefore indicate that many indentured servants were among the earliest of the stream of immigrants who came voluntarily from the Old World to the New. Although the institutional arrangements of the indenture system were different than those surrounding the immigration of free Europeans to colonial America, the same is not necessarily true of the servants' motives. Though some of the hardships they faced may have been different, the potential rewards were much the same for servants as for other European immigrants. The samples analyzed here represent only a small part of the total servant migration, but the results obtained from them nonetheless suggest that the indenture system may have played such an important role in the economic history of colonial British America because many English men and women were content, in the prophetic words of Sir George Peckham in 1583, to hazard their lives and serve for a term without wages in hope thereby to amend their estates. 45. 113. Part 4. 8. The role of the indenture system in the colonial labor market. The problem. The principal remaining task of this study is to place the indenture system in perspective as a source of labor to the colonial economy. This will be done in two stages. The first, contained in this chapter, delineates the role of the indenture system in the labor market of the British American colonies and indicates the changes that occurred in its function over time. This investigation will show that the indenture system began as a supplier of unskilled labor, but that in most colonies it did not retain this function throughout the colonial period. In areas in which slavery came into use on a significant scale, the role of the indenture system changed, as slaves were initially used in unskilled field work and servants were increasingly purchased primarily to provide skilled and supervisory labor. As the slave economies of the plantation colonies continued to grow, slaves were trained to fill many of these skilled and managerial positions, and the indenture system tended to decline further in importance. This evolution did not begin at the same time in all the colonies where it occurred, nor did it proceed everywhere at the same pace, and one of the purposes of this chapter is to provide evidence on the differences between colonies with respect to the timing of the growth and decline of the indenture system. The second stage of this overview, presented in the following chapter, explores the forces that shape the role of the indenture system in the colonial economy. This will include a consideration not only of the causes of the change just mentioned in the functions of the indenture system in certain colonies, but also of the more general issue of why the indenture system became important in some colonies and not in others. The analysis of Chapter 9 attempts to isolate the principal factors responsible for the observed patterns of labor use in the colonial economy, considering both differences across colonies and changes over time in particular colonies, by providing an explanatory framework with which to analyze the evidence produced by this and other investigations. 117. Quantitative aspects of the composition of colonial labor forces. Because of the central importance of the growth of slavery to the evolution of the indenture system, a useful first step in describing the basic patterns of colonial labor force composition is to indicate when and where slavery developed in British America. The composition of colonial populations by race can be used both to gauge the extent of each colony's reliance on slavery at a particular time and to indicate the timing of changes in that extent over time. 2. There is a uniform set of population estimates for the British mainland colonies by decade from 1610, which contains separate decennial series for total and Negro population by colony. 3. There is a separate but similar set of estimates for the British West Indian colonies from 1650. 4. Based on these two collections, tables 8.1 and 8.2 show, for major British colonies or regions, estimates of the composition of population by race, expressed as the proportion of blacks in the total population. The patterns shown for the mainland colonies are distinct and familiar. New England consistently had the lowest share of blacks, never above 3% of total population, with little tendency for the proportion to change over time. The middle colonies had higher proportions of blacks. New York, New Jersey had roughly 10% after the mid-17th century, and Pennsylvania, Delaware had a somewhat lower, and declining share. The Chesapeake colonies of Maryland and Virginia experienced a rapid increase in black population in the late 17th century, rising to about a quarter of total population by 1710 and nearly 2/5 by 1750. South Carolina had the highest share of blacks of any of the mainland colonies for most of its history, as more than half its population was made up of blacks after the early 18th century. A strong and again familiar common pattern also appears in the West Indian population figures. The estimates do not begin in every case in the earliest stages of the growth of the black population, but for Barbados and St. Kitts start at a point when slavery was well established and the share of the black population was rising rapidly. Most of the islands are seen to rise from black shares of about 1/4 or less in the mid-17th century to levels of roughly 2/3 or more by the turn of the 18th century, with continuing growth producing black shares of around 90% in nearly every colony by the middle of the century. These population figures show the basic differences that existed between colonies and the changes that occurred over time in particular colonies in the relative importance of stocks of white and black population, and by implication labor. 5. But the indenture system must also be considered in relation to the flows of immigrants to the colonies. Information on these flows can be derived from the stock population figures. Information about the composition of these flows of immigration is given by tables 8.5 and 8.6, which show the share of black net migration as a proportion of total net decennial migration by colony. Very similar patterns appear between these shares and those just examined for the relative importance of total net migration. Blacks consistently made up a larger share of net migration to the West Indies than to the mainland colonies, and within the mainland group the share of blacks in total migration tended to be greatest for the southern colonies. What the immigration estimates therefore suggest is that it was the colonies that had the largest flows of new immigrants relative to their existing population that relied most heavily on black immigration. The most extreme cases of high levels of immigration and large shares of slaves among the immigrants occurred in the British West Indies, with clear evidence of a similar dependence on blacks in the southern colonies that had the largest relative flows of immigrants on the mainland. In contrast, the northern and middle mainland colonies generally had both relatively low rates of net immigration relative to their existing populations after the mid-17th century and low proportions of this immigration made up of blacks. The strong positive association across colonial regions between the quantitative importance of immigration and the share of blacks in these flows is one of the most basic and important facts about the colonial labor market. This pattern constitutes the quantitative background against which the evolution of the indenture system can be approached. The quantitative description of servant flows, based on the information of the English legal registrations, was carried out in Chapter 6. The basic outline can be summarized by the decennial percentage distributions of the destinations of servants who appear in the registrations, which are presented in Table 8.7. As seen earlier in the investigation of servants' destinations from the English registrations, there are some gaps in time resulting from lack of records in some periods and a failure to record destinations systematically in some samples, but large numbers of registrations survive from a sufficient number of decades to make it likely that these distributions do represent accurately the general trends in the relative importance of different colonies as servant importers. Thus Barbados, after dominating the market for servants during the 1650s, virtually ceased to import servants after the 1680s. Nevis received a significant share of the total indentured migrants only during the 1660s and 1670s. Jamaica first appeared as a major importer during the 1680s, probably remained a major destination for servants during the following decades through the 1750s, and then virtually left the market. Only the Chesapeake colonies of Maryland and Virginia remained an important destination for English servants throughout the entire period from the 1650s to the 1770s. Pennsylvania first began to import servants in the late 17th century, and increased its share after the 1720s. By the time of the American Revolution, no West Indian colony was receiving significant numbers of indentured servants, and on the mainland only the Chesapeake colonies and Pennsylvania were importing English servants on a significant scale. there was considerable variation in the share of blacks in a colony's total population at the time the colony first became an important servant importer, but with the exception of Pennsylvania, blacks came to make up a large share of each colony's population, 40% or more, during the period the colony remained a major destination for English servants. The three colonies that had been major servant importers and left the market before 1770, Barbados, Nevis, and Jamaica did so when blacks made up from 55 to 95% of their total population. Pennsylvania was the single case in which a colony that received a significant share of the servants registered did not have a large and growing share of blacks in its population. The evolution of colonial labor forces. Considerable evidence indicates that the labor forces of the British colonies that became agricultural staple producers and exporters went through a series of identifiable periods as a result of systematic changes in the relative cost of servant and slave labor. The role of the indenture system went through basic changes in the course of this process. Although the duration of the periods varied across colonies, as did the time at which each occurred, the difference in the timing of the evolution of the indenture system in different places need not obscure the similarity of the basic process. Initially, before introduction of the staple, the demand for labor was quite low. This was a period of mixed farming on a small scale, usually that of the family farm. In some British colonies, chiefly in New England and parts of the Middle Colonies, this regime persisted throughout the colonial period. Demand was chiefly for unskilled agricultural labor, and was met by free hired labor and small numbers of indentured servants. What demand for skilled labor existed in this period could normally be met by the available supply of free white tradesmen and craftsmen. The introduction of a profitable staple crop raised the demand for labor, and therefore tended to raise the level of immigration to a colony. The primary demand was for workers to grow the staple, and initially planters continued to rely on indentured workers. In addition, as output increased, there was a growing demand for skilled labor to build houses and farm sheds, to make the hogsheads to pack and ship the sugar, tobacco, or rice, and to perform a variety of other crafts, many of them associated with the processing and transportation of the staple. At some point, relatively early in the colonial period in the West Indies and relatively late in the southern mainland colonies, when the demand for labor grew sufficiently large, the rising cost of white labor tended to make slaves a less expensive source of unskilled labor than additional servants, and the majority of the bound. 126. The role of the indenture system. Labor force changed from white to black. By this time, the supply of free white skilled labor available for hire tended to be small, and skilled wages high. In some regions skilled craftsmen typically emigrated after obtaining their freedom, whereas in others, the availability of land and the profitability of staple cultivation combined to produce a situation in which, as one planter wrote of 18th century Virginia, "We have no merchants, tradesmen, or artificers of any sort here but what become planters in a short time." 6. Although some skilled workers were usually available for hire, particularly recent freedmen, in many places the operation of these forces meant that in this period white servants were a principal source of skilled labor. Where the size of productive units grew, and transformed an economy of small farms into one increasingly dominated by large plantations, skilled labor assumed an additional function. In both the West Indies and to a lesser extent the southern mainland colonies a demand arose for white workers not only to perform the plantation's skilled artisanal jobs, but also to work as estate managers and supervisors of slaves. This demand was increased in the West Indies by both the large size of plantations and the high rate of absentee ownership. Therefore, as the demand for labor grew in the staple-producing colonies of the late 17th and 18th centuries, their unskilled labor forces tended increasingly to be made up of black slaves, while white servants performed skilled trades, crafts, and services, and in many cases acted as managers and overseers. Although large plantations ultimately developed in all the regions where slavery was adopted on a large scale, they were not necessary to the growing racial division of labor by skill described here. With the exception only of the tendency for white servants to act as managers in regions of large plantations, the basic changes in the role of servants would tend to occur regardless of the size of the typical unit of cultivation. The result was more readily apparent where large numbers of skilled servants and unskilled slaves worked on a single plantation, but the shift in skill composition of the servant population could take place even where many farms were too small to use the full-time labor of a worker skilled in a particular craft. In such regions, as in many parts of the Chesapeake, the time of skilled servants could be shared among a number of farms, as a skilled servant would be owned by one planter and rented out to others. 7. But this was not the final phase of development. As the level of production increased further, the demand for labor, both unskilled and skilled, continued to rise. The price of skilled white servants tended to rise sharply. The result was the investment in the training of slaves to take over the skilled jobs of the plantation. Although the dates at which labor supply conditions and the level of demand for skilled labor combined to produce 127. This result differed across colonies, and particularly sharply between the island and mainland colonies. The tendency was present in all the staple colonies, as the relative price of skilled white servants apparently rose significantly over the course of the late 17th and 18th centuries. The final result of this process was clearly visible by the end of the colonial period, as in many colonies significant numbers of large plantations were based almost exclusively on slave labor, with considerable numbers of skilled slaves as well as unskilled field hands. The organization of plantation labor forces. Evidence for this scheme of development is incomplete, for much remains unknown of the specific processes of change over time in the colonial labor force. Some studies offer important insights into this development through their attention to the organization of colonial plantations. Richard Sheridan has given a description of the great colonial West Indian sugar plantations at the height of their development. Although based on large workforces of unskilled slaves, these plantations had a consistent hierarchical structure of Europeans at the highest levels. The individual highest in rank was the attorney, who directed the business of the plantation in the absence of the proprietor. Immediately below him was the overseer or manager, who acted as superintendent of the planting, directed the field workers, and looked after the welfare of the slaves. White bookkeepers were next in rank. Then came a series of white artisans, carpenters, millwrights, masons, rope makers, distillers, who were assisted and not infrequently supplanted by their mulatto and black apprentices. 8 comments by contemporaries give support to the view that plantation labor forces were commonly based on a racial division of labor by skill. In calculating the costs of making a new plantation in Jamaica in 1672, Sir Thomas Lynch allowed for 24 white servants and 100 slaves. 9 More modestly, a group of Barbados planters wrote in 1688 in relation to a plantation of 100 acres that to manage this land well it will require 7 white servants and 50 good Negroes. Among the whites would be included an overseer, a doctor, a farrier, a carter, and a smith. 10 Similar comments refer to the training of slaves to take over the plantation's skilled positions. In Virginia, Hugh Jones wrote of the Negroes in 1724 that their work is to take care of the stock, plant tobacco, fruits, and but added that several of them are taught to be sawyers, carpenters, smiths, coopers, and and though for the most part they be none of the aptest or nicest, yet they will perform tolerably well. 1 in 1776, reporting on the state of the metal trades in 128. The role of the indenture system. Virginia, Francis Fauquier noted that gentlemen of much property in land and Negroes, have some of their own Negroes bred up in the trade of blacksmiths, and make axes, hoes, plowshares, and such kind of coarse work for the use of their plantations. 1 to 3 years earlier, a Scottish visitor to the Chesapeake had remarked, "There are Negroes here of all trades, they are very true and come to be very good tradesmen." 3 Occasional detailed occupational listings of the labor forces of individual colonial plantations survive among probate records and collections of family papers. Although such listings are not available in sufficient numbers to provide a systematic test of the scheme suggested above, they do appear to provide illustrations of its operation. Some of the listings show the extent to which slaves were ultimately trained to do the many skilled jobs of the large plantations. An occupational listing of the male slaves on a Jamaica plantation in 1764, included in an inventory of the estate, is shown in Table 8.8. The 26 different job descriptions for the 188 men illustrate the wide range of jobs blacks performed by the second half of the 18th century. Slaves appear in a variety of skilled crafts, including such important positions as carpenter, cooper, sawyer, mason, smith, and even doctor. 5 are also listed as drivers. These men supervised individual gangs of workers in the fields. Samuel Martin's listing of the slaves on his Antigua estate in 1768 is shown in Table 8.9. Making the list in anticipation of a possible sale of the plantation, Martin included estimated prices, and the list therefore indicates not only the range of skills present among the slaves, but also the variation in their prices according to skill. 16 of the carpenters, coopers, and masons are valued at £100 apiece, more than double the estimated prices of the field hands. One of the craftsmen, a smith, was listed together with his apprentice. Other plantation labor force listings illustrate the racial division of labor by skill that existed in an earlier phase of the scheme of development suggested here. Table 8.10 presents an occupational listing of the male labor force of Parham Hill Plantation in Antigua in 1768. The 8 white indentured servants on the estate included a manager, a clerk, a chief overseer for each of the 2 sub-plantations, and a total of 4 assistant overseers. In separate listings of 1767 and 1769, one indentured blacksmith was present in addition to these managerial servants, 1/4, but as Table 8.10 shows, all other skilled jobs on the plantation were performed by slaves, again including drivers, carpenters, masons, coopers, and doctors. A similar listing, made upon the death of Robert King Carter in 1733, is presented in Table 8.11. This enumeration shows the labor force of a Virginia plantation at both an earlier date and, according to the scheme suggested here, an earlier stage of evolution. This inventory was taken at a time when the number of slaves in skilled and supervisory jobs on Chesapeake tobacco plantations was increasing rapidly, and the number of servants on the plantations was falling. 1/5 Yet while Carter used slaves both in a number of skilled jobs and as the majority of the foremen or drivers on the plantation's many scattered quarters, there were still 13 skilled white servants, who made up more than half of the total skilled workers at the home plantation. 1/6 Similarly, although on a smaller scale, when Daniel Delaney of Annapolis died in 1754, the inventory of his estate showed that while he had owned 40 able-bodied tithable male slaves and only 5 male servants, 2 of the total of 7 men described as having skilled occupations were indentured servants. 1/7 An elusive aspect of the scheme described here is the relation between Martin's description no. Working Negroes including 5 good boilers, many coopers, distillers and firemen belonging to the field, house, and garden at £45 St per head, 217 young Negroes from 5 to 12 years old at 20 Str per head. 28 children from 5 years to 1 month old at £5 St per head. 37 carpenters, one of which is a boy, but is reckoned at the same rate with the others because Philip is able to build a windmill from top to bottom, is also a good house carpenter, joiner and wheelwright worth at least £200 Ster, yet one with the other are only sold at £100 Ster. 5 coopers. Light cooper able to make light casks, one with the other. 7 masons exclusive of Cambridge who is distempered, but Jack being as good a mason as any in this country for hanging coppers and all other masonry worthy at least £200 Ster, but is rated on with the other at £100 Ster. 4 Shattuck a smith able to shoe well and to do other plant business with his apprentice Fisher. 2 elderly women about the stock at £20 St each. _4 N.B. Spencer and Cambridge are left out of the list. 304 Skilled servants and slaves. It seems likely, as Sheridan suggests, that slaves were often trained by white servants, but little direct evidence of this process survives. Samuel Martin had a series of white servants as overseers and craftsmen on his Antigua plantation, and devoted considerable attention both to their training and to their oversight of his slaves. Thus in his published essay upon plantership, Martin reflected, "White servants as well as Negroes are the planter's dependents, and if according to the principles of humanity, the latter ought to be treated with great kindness, how much more is due the former, who are directors of the other's labors, and stand in a nearer relation to us." 1:8 In a letter to his son in 1751, Martin provided a description of how he had his slaves perform what was normally one of the most highly labor-intensive jobs on the West Indian plantations, the fertilization of the fields to prevent the exhaustion of the soil by the sugar cane, and in the process described the use of an English servant to train black field workers. Of this I thought fit to give you a precise description, that you may direct your future managers how to render the soil as fruitful as any in ye island, and that too with infinitely less expense of Negroes' labor than is used here in ye common way of dunging, for I use spades, shovels, and carts to load and carry out all my soil, and require not above 10 Negro men for ye purpose, who are as dexterous in the use of those husbandry tools as other people. I thank an excellent ploughman whom I sent out of England for all that dexterity. His name is Fiffet, an admirable fellow in skill, fidelity, diligence and husbandry, and is actually the briskest and best field overseer I ever had in my life. 1:9. Another description of the training of slaves by whites was given by the friend of a Palatine weaver in 1747. When the latter proposed to move from Pennsylvania to South Carolina to earn a better living, his friend warned that his service in Carolina will last probably no longer than until 2 Negro slaves shall have learned the weaver's trade from him and can weave themselves. More generally, the friend noted, so it goes through all Carolina, the Negroes are made to learn all the trades and are used for all kinds of business. 20 J. Harry Bennett has traced the development of one of the first Jamaica sugar plantations, and the evolution of its labor force provides an additional illustration of both the early racial division of labor and the subsequent use of servants to train slaves. 2-1 Carey Hilliard established a small estate on the island in 1669, and began production of cacao with a labor force of 1 indentured servant and 4 slaves. 3 years later, in the process of converting to sugar production, Hilliard had increased his land holdings considerably, and was using a total of 14 white servants and 55 slaves. In the course of the conversion to sugar, he wrote to his brother in England asking him to recruit indentured servants for the estate, at the same time cautioning that I would not have you take care for many white servants unless tradesmen. He included specific requests for a potter, sawyer, smith, carpenter, and mason. After Hilliard's death in 1672, William Whaley became manager of the estate and continued Hilliard's efforts to build a great sugar plantation, relying, as 133. Hilliard had, on white servants to do the plantation's skilled work of sugar refining, constructing the buildings needed to process the sugar, and caring for the plantation's livestock. Whaley continued to expand the estate, and at the time of his death in 1676 its labor force, with more than 100 slaves, was the largest in the colony. A series of urgent appeals by Whaley for skilled white servants from England had gone largely unanswered, and the high cost of hired white labor in Jamaica, together with the difficulty of obtaining skilled servants, finally led his successor to begin the substitution of slaves for servants in the plantation's skilled jobs. Thus in 1677 the estate's new manager reported to its owner in England that he had indentured a white potter who would train slaves to refine sugar. I have agreed with Thomas Ford Potter to serve you 3 years, teaching 2 of your Negroes to make pots and drips and bume and set as well as himself. This appears to have been typical of a process that was repeated many times throughout the West Indies, and by the 18th century it was common to find slaves performing all the work of refining and construction on the great sugar plantations. 22. The demand for skilled servants. In the intermediate stages of the process described here, filling the upper ranks of this plantation hierarchy meant recruiting white managers and artisans for the colonies as indentured servants. This recruitment left considerable evidence, chiefly in the form of planters' and merchants' correspondence. Examples of appeals for skilled servants survive from as early as 1645, when a Barbados planter wrote to a relative in Scotland. "Want of servants is my greatest bane and will hinder my design. The building of my house and setting up of my ingenue will cost above 50,000 lib of tobacco because I have not workmen of my own. In January next, God willing, I shall begin to make sugar. So pray, if you come near to any port where shipping comes hither, indenture procure and send me YJ Felf to be then of the age off. I/3 TJYS tears, a jingle per fon, and no covenant, or contra and ed servant ff any other perjan, or per fans. And the fade moffler did thereby covenant at his own cajave, to fend his fade servant to the fade plantation, and at the like cajls to find hs at c _ all esach fari cloaths, meat, drink, wachelging, and lodging, as other servants in FTTCH cafes are /ly provided for, and allowed. Not married, no apprentice, nor covenant, or contracted servant to any perfans, nor lifted soldier or sailor in his Majesty's service, and t/frpe and willing to ferve or his afflinavi carat years in, whose contracts contained all the necessary information. The results obtained are presented in Table F.2. The overall relationship is again statistically significant, and the proportion of the variance explained is again low. 4 of the estimated coefficients, those of age, literacy, possession of a skilled trade, and West Indian destination, are significant at the 0.01 level. The estimated coefficients indicate that each of these was positively related to the amount. 208. Analysis of cash payments and salaries paid to servants. Table F.2. Estimated regression coefficients, London sample. Independent variable estimated coefficient standard error. Age 0.1440.054. Sex 0.3060.329. Literacy 0.4280.167. Trade 1.3970.190. West Indies 1.2910.165. Constant -3.141. R2 0.094. F 42.20. N 2046. Note, dependent variable, amount of annual salary. Method of estimation, ordinary least squares. All variables defined as in Table FL. Source, for references to London sample of 1718-59, see Appendix A. Of a servant's salary, just as in Chapter 7, it was found that all of these were significantly and negatively associated with the length of indenture in the sample. The results of the analysis of servants' cash payments and salaries presented in this appendix for both samples of contracts are consistent with the hypothesis that these were positively related to the servants' expected earnings in the colonies. These results therefore reinforce the analysis presented in Chapter 7 of the length of indenture, for it has now been seen that in both the available samples of servant contracts, both the length of indenture and the amount of salary to be paid to a servant were adjusted in response to a servant's expected productivity, so that the greater the stock of an individual's human capital, the shorter the term and the greater the size of the cash payment or salary he would be expected to receive. Cateris paribus. Appendix G. Categorization of occupations. The interest of this study in the kinds of work the servants could perform in the colonies led to the use of a principally functional categorization of the male servants' occupations. The 6 major functional occupational categories used in the analysis were: agricultural occupations, food and drink processing and distribution, metal and wood crafts, building and construction trades, clothing and textile production, and service occupations. At times some or all of these 6 categories were combined, and in each case the categories included in a more highly aggregated classification have been indicated. The specific occupations included in each of the 6 major categories are listed in Table GL. In addition to these functional categories, 3 other classes are often used in discussions of the servants' occupations. One is that of not given, which includes all men without recorded occupations. A second is that of gentleman, primarily a social rather than an economic or functional category. The third is that of laborer, used by contemporaries to designate unskilled workers who worked for hire, primarily but not exclusively in agriculture. The occupational classifications presented here are similar to some socio-economic categorizations used by historians of pre-industrial England. Thus, for example, although the degree of aggregation sometimes differs, there is general agreement between the occupational classifications used here and those used in studies by associates of the SSRC Cambridge Group for the History of Population and Social Structure. This basic agreement makes possible the type of comparison performed in Chapter 5 between the servant population and other groups in the English population. Appendix H. Decennial estimates of white and black net migration by colony, 1650 to 1780. The estimates of the volume of net migration of whites and blacks to each colony or region by decade presented in this appendix are calculated as a residual, in which changes in a colony's observed population during a decade that are not due to estimated natural increase or decrease are attributed to net migration. The derivation of the estimating equation begins with the identity that net migration to the colony in a decade is equal to the difference in size between the colony's terminal and initial populations less the excess of births over deaths that occurred in the colony during the decade. M equals P0. Where M equals net migration per decade, P0 equals population of the colony at beginning of decade, P equals population of the colony at end of decade, B total births in the colony during the decade, and D equals total deaths in the colony during the decade. In this expression, positive values of M indicate net immigration, and negative values indicate net emigration. Because of the virulence in many colonies of seasoning mortality, in which immigrants died as a result of exposure to a new disease environment, mortality rates were often significantly higher for recent immigrants than for other colonists. Equation can be modified to allow for this by recognizing that the colony's population consisted of separate seasoned and unseasoned groups. 2. Where R equals decennial rate of natural increase, and S equals proportion of immigrants dying in seasoning. 2. Here the estimation of net migration begins with the change in the colony's population over the decade less the natural increase or decrease of the population present at the beginning of the decade. In addition, the estimated number of immigrants who died as a result of seasoning during the decade is added to net migration. And finally, allowance is made for the natural increase or decrease of those new immigrants who survived seasoning. 212. Estimates of net migration by colony, 1650 to 1780. This formulation assumes that once these immigrants had survived seasoning, their natural increase or decrease was the same as that of the population already present in the colony. The final term of the equation is divided by 2 to obtain an estimate of the natural change of the size of the immigrant population under the assumption that immigrants arrived at a constant rate during any decade, so that on average new immigrants in each decade were present for half the decade. Solving equation for M yields the estimating equation used here, in which net migration is expressed as a function of P0, P1, R, and S. P/PQ PQR2 plus R. 2. This residual method of estimating net migration tends to attribute to migration all errors in the measurement of the other variables in the equation. Thus, an underestimate of a colony's population in the base year or an overestimate of its population in the terminal year will tend to result in overestimates of net migration in a decade, as will an underestimate of the rate of natural increase in the colony. Similarly, overestimates of either base year population or the rate of natural increase, or an underestimate of terminal population, will produce underestimates of net migration. This feature of the method used to estimate net migration makes it important to emphasize that the results presented here are rough, and are intended to serve as broad and preliminary indications of major changes in the composition of flows of immigration to the colonies over time and major differences in this composition across colonies rather than as precise measurements of the volume of immigration. The population estimates used for the West Indies are those given in John James McCusker, Jr., the rum trade and the balance of payments of the 13 continental colonies, 1650-1775, Appendix B, Tables B84, B86-89, B91, pages 692, 694-7, 699. Population estimates for the mainland colonies were taken from U.S. Bureau of the Census, Historical Statistics of the United States, Colonial Times to 1970, pt2, Series Z2-17, p 1168. The values used for the other variables in the estimating equation are presented in tables H.L and H.2. The same rates of natural increase and seasoning mortality are taken to apply to both whites and blacks. This assumption may not be valid in a number of specific cases. In the Chesapeake, for example, the white population may have begun to grow as a result of natural increase by the first decade of the 18th century, while the black population may not have done so until as much as 2.